Buenos días, good morning, good morning. Testing on the English channel, 1, 2, 3. Ahora, ¿quieren que hable Lina también? Sí, listo. Ahora habla Lina.
Muy buenos días a todos. Invitamos.
A very good morning to all. We would invite everybody who is here on site at the Cartagena de Indias Convention Center to please come to the Getsemani Auditorium. We will be starting in 5 minutes with the second day of the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit. For our panelists who are kicking off this first block, Adriana Barbosa, Alex Ayer, Karina Barrera, Héctor Arce, El Hadji, please join us here on stage.
Invitamos, por favor.
We would invite Adriana Barbosa, Alex Ayer, Karina Barrera, Mbaye, and Héctor Arce here onto the stage. Thank you very much.
Muy buenos días.
A very good morning to all. We would like to invite everybody who is entering the Getsemani Auditorium to please take a seat. Remember that we do have biosafety measures in place, so we would ask you to please not sit in the red seats. So we will now start our second day of the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit. Welcome Aso Carbono, IATA, the Ministry of Environment and Social Development, USAID. Welcome to the second day of the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit. I am Ana Maria Rocha. I am the summit coordinator. Our host, Juan Lozano, will join us in just a few minutes. He is actually on air with RCN News, telling everybody about what we have done in this Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit. We will have him with us shortly. We would like to welcome our delegations from Mexico, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, Argentina, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Brazil, Guatemala, Colombia, United States, Canada, South Africa, and Senegal. And those who join us from the public and private sectors, media, and those of us who are joining us through streaming, accessing this Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit virtually, and everybody who is joining us and is entirely committed to carbon markets and adaptation and mitigation for climate change, so that we can reach our zero net emissions goal through these mechanisms. I would like to remind you that this event is carbon neutral and it has been offset with carbon credits created through our bio-red projects in the Colombian Pacific. I would like to remind you, those of you who are here at the auditorium in our Center of Conventions in Cartagena de Indias, to please turn off your mobile devices. Please also avoid bringing any food or drink. And once again, please remember to sit only in the white seats. As you saw in all of the promotion for this event, we of course have all the necessary biosafety measures in place, and anyone who is here has either a vaccination certificate or a negative PCR. We have a very special invitation for you all today. I would like to tell you that the agenda will be carried out normally, just as you've seen in the form we've sent it to you to your emails, which you left for us when you signed up, but we have two specific points to share with you. Firstly, we have a special invitation for those of you who would like to attend during lunch. We will have a side event here, right here in this auditorium. We have the Carbon Market Exchange Company here to talk about a very important topic, voluntary carbon markets around the world. So, during lunch, we will have a 2-hour break, but we will have 1 hour to hear from our international representatives who would like to tell us about this important matter. And so, lunch today will be invited by Amazon Carbon and Peliwase Red Plus project. So, with those announcements that I have shared with you all, we will now kick off the second day of the Latin American and Caribbean Climate Summit, looking at solutions for a global market, how to reach net zero emissions. I would like to invite Adriana Barbosa, who will be our moderator for this panel, looking at accounting nationally determined contributions, looking at our measurement, reporting and verification systems. She is the coordinator for MRV for the Páramos y Bosques program at USAID. A very good morning to you all. Thank you very much for joining us this morning to participate in the Measurement, Reporting and Verification panel. The idea this morning is to talk about the most relevant topics that concern us when it comes to our measurement, reporting and verification systems, their evolution and their application as a base for consolidation and construction of national accounting systems, as well as meeting these nationally determined contributions. I would like to mention that MRV systems are a fundamental pillar for related policy when it comes to mitigation. And MRV systems enable us to standardize and verify data collection, report creation, and verification when it comes to all information related to climate change. In this same context, these systems enable us to ensure consistency and data quality when it comes to data to be reported, and they serve to follow up on GHG emissions, their reduction and adaptation actions. I'd also like to address financing of climate change. Before continuing, I would like to introduce our panelists to you. We are joined today by Alex Sayer. He is the director of the Climate Change Secretariat here in Colombia. Alex is an industrial engineer and also studied politics at Universidad de los Andes and has a master's in sustainable development from the University of Maryland. He has more than 20 years' experience in development and implementation of cleaner production systems, circular economy, and environmental value management for agencies, guilds, and the academic sector. From the ministry, he is in charge of Colombia's transition to carbon neutrality and also the national implementation of a circular economy strategy. We are also joined today by Karina Barrera Moncayo. She is the Deputy Secretary of Climate Change for the Ministry of Environment, Water and Ecological Transition in Ecuador. She is a chemical engineer with a master's degree in environmental management. She has 20 years of experience formulating and executing environmental projects in circular economy and sustainable development in the public and private sector and also in civil society. Karina has experience working on socio-environmental topics and also has worked in investment projects in the private sector, always in adaptation and mitigation projects for climate change, working with indigenous communities in the Amazon. We are also joined this morning by Héctor Arce Benavides. He is the director of the Forestry Fostering Program in Red Plus in Costa Rica. He is a forest engineer. He has worked in the National Forest Financing Organization for 25 years, participating in management and development of financial instruments aimed at small and medium-sized forest producers, and also looking at credit and payment for environmental services. Thank you very much to all of our panelists for being here this morning. To start our dialogue, it's very important that we also take into account that the national MRV system should be as robust and ambitious as possible so that it enables each of the countries in question to have the maximum capacity to reach national goals and also comply with international goals, in addition to data collection and the verification focus that these must contain. National MRV systems require interinstitutional coordination, which must be efficient, with clearly delegated functions and responsibilities so that we can correctly collect information, prepare reports, and also we must have participation from interested parties or stakeholders. So with that context in mind, I'd like to invite our panelists to share their perspective and experience from each country, telling us what elements they consider to be key for the design of an MRV system so that we can carry out these activities and also meet national and international goals. Alex, if you would like, you could begin. A very good morning to all. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to my co-panelists, Karina and Héctor, today. When it comes to the first question posed, I believe, and from the Ministry of Environment, that we have to focus on the structural central aspect of the carbon market. The central focus must, of course, be these MRV, or measurement reporting verification systems. These systems, or this system, as we have conceived of it here, at the end of the day is a system that will give us clear rules and clear accounting of what is being done in the country when it comes not only to emissions but also reduction and accounting. And the more that we have clear rules, the more or the healthier our market will be. A market that will represent what is really being done and which will give us the opportunity also to be able to generate transactions that we need internationally. And we also need to have the resources necessary for mitigation adaptation actions in the country. There are some elements that I would like to highlight when it comes to these MRV systems, measurement, reporting, and verification systems. The first measure or point to take into account is that they must have a good diagnostic as a baseline, a good diagnosis of baseline emissions to know who is producing them, where they're being produced, so that we can in some way compare these against mitigation measures to see whether or not they are really working. This initial diagnosis will also enable us to carry out monitoring later on. So we have to have an excellent diagnosis as a starting point. Secondly, we have to have clear rules for each of the actors involved. Stakeholders must understand how the system works, how the system functions, the conditions for their creation, maintenance, and compliance. And so it must be clear that there are certain expectations and realities that have been clearly established from the beginning, so that we have clear rules of the game and we can move forward. Thirdly, we must have a clear definition of the actors who are involved in the system and the roles of each of these interested parties. As we've seen, and as we'll see in this panel, there's a specific question about the particularities of what's being done at the national level for our MRV systems. There are many different actors involved in this system who have a role to play in these systems. We have the Ministry of Environment, IDEAM, private actors, other projects. And so these roles need to be clearly identified so we know what kind of information is needed, how it is to be reported, how it's verified or who verifies it, what methodology is used, and the monitoring conditions that will enable us to come up with those clear rules that I've referred to. And this will make our systems much more robust when it comes to measurement, reporting, and verification. The other thing to take into account, and we will see this later on, looking at how we've designed this in Colombia, is interoperability. What we will have here is excellent processes of all types. For example, we will have information in Colombia about emissions, information about mitigation, information about adaptation and financing. And what's most important here is that as this information will be prepared by each of the corresponding actors, we have to look at how this information can be interoperable so that at the end of the day we obtain the results that we want from this MRV system. And finally, it's what we always say, human resources, financial and technological resources are essential. Here there's an enormous challenge when it comes to obtaining these resources that we need to strengthen. In the case of Colombia, we need to strengthen our human talent team. We have to strengthen our MRV systems because in the long term, this system will be the basis for the development of our market. So in no specific order of priority, this is what's important to strengthen these systems. Thank you, Alex. Yes, and so in that line of thinking, it's very important to take into account what you've mentioned. We have to have clear rules for all of our actors, that we are clear on the responsibilities of each actor and interoperability when it comes to the various sources of information. Karina, would you like to share your experience? Ecuador has many particularities. Our national climate change record has already been developed as part of our organic climate change code. So we take into account mitigation, adaptation, and climate financing. These three inputs are important and have different types of information. And interoperability is key. We must have this amongst our systems. For example, climate financing has an extremely relevant point, and we have a climate financing strategy in Ecuador that was passed in February of this year, and it has a catalogue of climate change activities. And so that gives us a unique interpretation for a national financing system, which enables us to align with and identify the different types of investment so that we can make decisions based on this information. This is one of the key points. We also have adaptation to climate change, and when it comes to adaptation, we have to integrate a climate risk analysis. Currently in Ecuador, we are moving forward with our climate change adaptation strategy, and we have future projections as well as risk analysis. This information has to be cross-cutting or transversal and included in the climate financing system, so that these kinds of risks can also be included when it comes to taking financial decisions. We are working on this information with input or data that comes from our national Hydrology Institute, which is one of the important inputs that we have. So these tasks are still being developed, but this is our vision. And additionally, when it comes to climate change mitigation, in Ecuador, we have commitments that we have to fulfill. 2.5% of emissions by 2025. That's our goal. And as part of this, we also have strategic sectors that we've identified as the major contaminators. For example, electricity, which is responsible for around 48% of GHG emissions, which also includes the transport sector. Then we have the agricultural sector, industrial processes, and waste processes. It's been very important to include these in the MRV. And we also have the OSCUS system, as we know it locally in Ecuador. We have the Ministry of Energy, Natural Non-Renewable Resources. They have their own system in which there's an interconnection between the national system, and that's why we see transformation that's been carried out when it comes to the shift to hydro energy. So almost 50% of our energy comes from hydro sources. And so monitoring information comes directly from these systems. So it's not currently an automatic transformation into emissions, but we are working to have an interface, because I believe this is one of the challenges that we are facing, looking at how we can transform operational information into environmental emissions information. So we have primary or raw data that we are trying to consolidate. But one of our greatest strengths is OSCUS, which is a Red Mass national plan. And this has enabled us to move forward with different information initiatives looking at environmental and social safeguarding. And within this system, we are working with the Sigma system, which is our integration system as part of our Red Mass project. And so we have information from a national forest monitoring system, a national GHG registry, and it also has information from the National Statistics and Census Institute, and also takes in information from the agricultural system. We have to look at how the information that we have from our forest monitoring system, which is managed from the plantation perspective, all of this information is integrated in one sole platform. We hope that in December the whole schema is put together, but we have the necessary documents and conceptual notes prepared so we can look at how we will interact with this information. This is important. This is one of the strengths that we have developed over the last 11 years in Ecuador when it comes to Red Mass projects. Thank you very much, Karina. I'd like to highlight something important you mentioned, looking at how MRV systems are also useful and provide information, scientific and supporting information for decision-making at the national level. Hector from Costa Rica, what can you share with us? Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome to you both, to my co-panelists. Well, I think that several important points have already been mentioned. For example, interinstitutional coordination, participation from the private sector as one of the main sources of information. And we are working on this in Costa Rica through our Climate Change Directorate. We have a system called a National Climate Change Metric System, SINAMEC. SINAMEC is the acronym in Spanish. So the point is to monitor progress when it comes to our climate change goals that we have committed to as part of our NDCs. From my perspective, the RED Secretariat Given that this is one of the most advanced sectors when it comes to information, and with regards also to establishing goals, the data from the Red Secretariat are already included within our national metric system in SINAMEC, once again, as per the acronym in Spanish. And this is a pilot project to continue advancing in other sectors. So all of our monitoring and reporting information, or measurement and reporting information, will be included in our national climate change metric system. This information, in addition to being valuable, is also very well filtered or validated, verified, because as part of the mechanisms that we participate in, for example, the Forest Climate Change Fund or the Green Climate Fund, our measurement or monitoring reports usually go through 2 or 3 rounds of verification by third parties. So we believe that the evolution of our metric system and the contribution
Sí, disculpe, la contribución.
Apologies. So the contribution that the Red Plus data will be fundamental as a first experience. You should never blow on a mic. I think I'm collecting mics here. I already have 4. So from the system that is developing, and that's how we see it from our position in the Secretariat, as well as in the direction of the National Climate Change Metric System. All right, so in this same direction, I think something important that Hector has mentioned is how MRV systems must be flexible systems that also are adaptable and that can also allow us to do monitoring to national agreed goals that each country has set for itself. And in this same line, from the experience of Colombia, perhaps I'd like Alex to share how from the environmental sector we can ensure this cross-cutting action that involves both the private and public sectors to achieve an effective MRV system. Well, I've had the experience of working for 2.5 years in the ministry, first as a director of sectorial matters, and under my responsibility, I had all the industrial responsibilities of productive sectors, later as an advisor of the ministry, and now as a director of climate change. And this question seems the most relevant, perhaps, that we can discuss in this panel today. Because normally within the role of a regulator, well, within the regulator, we create the regulations and then the private sector must implement them. However, it is absolutely fundamental in this case and in many other cases, it is absolutely fundamental to have the participation of all the different sectors in terms of or in relation to the regulation. And I think this has been important. I always illustrate with 2 examples that I've seen working in the ministry. Firstly, the regulation of the management of chemical substances, which is an OECD commitment of Colombia. We've been working on 6 years now on this specific regulation of chemical substances management. And what happened was that 4 years ago, the decree was going to be issued. Finally, it did not. It wasn't signed. It wasn't issued. And when we were going to sign it, the sector said, well, this decree that was going to be signed is actually not implementable in the country, and we had to start from scratch to work with the sector to redesign this regulation. And that does not mean that we will issue a regulation for the purposes of the sector. Instead, we will take into account what are the opportunities, what are the barriers, what are the capacities of the sectors to be able to implement the regulation that we issue, because the most important element of the regulation is not to issue the regulation. Instead, it is to implement the regulation. So if we are going to issue regulations that are not going to be implemented or cannot be, well, that makes no sense. Now I'd like to convey the example of climate change, or from the standpoint of climate change, and specifically on MRV systems. Our GNCs in the country our NDCs in the country are pretty ambitious. We're talking about 51% up to the year 2030. That means 196 measures of adaptation, of mitigation, and of implementation mediums. I think that there isn't any other sector alike in the country, or any other sector that actually is not contemplating the agreements that we've established as a country to be able to advance in our GHG emissions reduction in the sector, in the household sector, transport sector, defense sector, of course, environmental sector, energy sector as well. So what we're proposing is quite an extensive adaptation of the productive sectors, where there will be changes in technology, in the conditions, also incentives for some elements, and non-incentives for others. There will be an important impact. And in this sense, we can say that in regards to climate change, this is cross-cutting and transversal, because we will all be affected in some way or another. This will imply certain risks, but this will also imply opportunities. So in this sense, we must have all the different sectors involved in all the different mechanisms of regulation and the creation of all the mechanisms of regulation. We're currently undergoing a plan within the ministry on the modification of the law 1407 from year 2018, from law 1931. And this has to do with the MRV systems. And the premise with our team, with our working team, who is also here present in this summit, well, the purpose or the objective is to have working tables with the different stakeholders and third parties who are interested in all these modifications that we will carry out. Let's understand what are the interests of each of these parties and stakeholders, and let's develop that regulation. And I want to be very clear and emphatic. This is not designing a regulation that will only benefit private sector interests. Instead, it is a regulation that really understands the needs, the difficulties, and the capacities of each of the sectors involved, that develop the red mechanisms, the ones that will report, the sectors that have mitigation commitments, the sectors that will develop, for example, adaptation measures. And let's put all that on the table, and that will also help us understand and how to develop this regulation in a better way. This will be a harder to make recipe. And I know that it is complex to design regulations taking into account several perspectives. However, with an adequate methodology, we will be able to do it. And as I mentioned before, regarding principles, we must have clear rules, identification of actors or stakeholders, baseline identification as well. So all this MRV measurement, reporting, and verification systems, and we want here in Colombia to be ambitious regarding this topic, and I will later tell you a bit more about a modification that we will introduce in the recently issued law about climate action that we issued on September, actually it was last week, I correct myself. And regarding this, we need it. This comprehensive modification on MRV taken into account. So participation in this matter is absolutely fundamental. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Now, Having said this, I think it's really important what you have just highlighted, that MRV systems are cross-cutting to all sectors, and therefore goals are also cross-cutting, and that implies a general commitment in which all sectors must contribute. And in this context, seeing that a fundamental element and a successful element in MRV systems is actually an extensive participation from all the different stakeholders and sectors. And I want Hector now you to share how in Costa Rica you achieved to have an active participation from the private sector, and what are the key contributions of this sector, specifically in national accounting schemes. Yes, well, as I've mentioned before, the private sector is seen as the primary source of information. I assume that it has not been an easy task to gather them and have them sit down at a table, right? But it has worked. I also wanted to offer a reflection regarding what my colleague just mentioned. Well, all countries have very ambitious NDCs. We have multiple actions, multiple projects, goals as well, which we must measure and report in a transparent, reliable manner, and also verifiable. And this basically positions us in another reality. I have over a 40-year experience in the public sector from Costa Rica, and what is not included in our planning, institutional planning systems will not be executed, will most probably not be executed. So when we had to agree on this information from the RED mechanism we will upload to the national climate change metric systems, the CINAMEC by its acronym in Spanish, well, part of my observations from this work we carried out is that all this must be included within the national institutional planning scheme or system, because normally what is planned is what we allocate resources for. And on the other hand, when we perhaps overload institutions with certain information, they are not capable of developing it. For example, if we must report to the national planning department on one side, to our superiors on the other side, and we're seeing that information that we must upload to the CINAMEC, this national climate change metric system, is like an appendix, an additional attachment we have to upload. Well, most probably that information won't be as perhaps accurate or effective. So this is a new paradigm. We must change our planning systems to be able to report these, and that is perhaps the most important policy changes that our countries will have regarding the NDCs, where all the different stakeholders and sectors are involved, and where the private sector, as I've mentioned before, participates as a primary source of information. Thank you, Hector. I agree. You've highlighted once again on the very ambitious goals we have as countries in terms of NDCs. And I want to also take advantage of this moment to introduce our fourth panelist. He is El Hadid Mbaye. He is the National Director of the African Energy Environment, and he's also a member of the Senegalese delegation for the negotiations on the UN framework of climate change since the year 2000, and he is the main coordinator for all matters regarding mitigation and markets. He also coordinated the different inventories, ENG inventory, DAGNE inventories for the National Republic of Senegal, and also the component of mitigation of the Senegalese NDCs in the framework of the Paris Agreement. In this case, I'd like to provide a bit of context. It's very important to have centralized information systems that allow access to all the different stakeholders to the system. However, this must be a timely access to all the information that is stored there. However, we must also consider that these systems must be flexible or adaptable in time. And that also leads us to think on the monitoring to the proposed goals within the NDCs. And I'd like, in this sense, to ask Mr. Diagne, from your perspective, what do you think are the main challenges that MRV systems have for the monitoring in terms of complying with the proposed goals within NDCs, and what were those first steps, or what could be those first steps to approach these?
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, dear colleagues. I am happy to be here with you, and thank you for the invitation. When we talk about MRV and the challenge we face, we can say that with the Paris Agreement, we are in another world, and many developing countries are facing very important challenges to meet the requirement under the Paris Agreement. Because we know that under the Paris Agreement, you have to provide your NDC. And as its name, it's nationally determined. You can provide whatever you want and say, I can do this or can do that. But the only obligation you have is to report back on what you have said. And that report will be subject to a review. And you need to make all the adjustment needed and improvement after that review. And we, as developing country, were not under the UNFCCC in a situation to be subject to that process. It was a process for developed countries, but for developing countries, we had our BIU and many other documents, but just a consultation, not a strict review of that. And all of that were not made public nationally and internationally. So after we provide our NDC, we need to report back and explain nationally first what we have done based on what we have provided as a commitment, as taken as commitment, but also to the international world. So in this situation, we can consider that in the Paris Agreement, many developing countries will face many challenges to do so. And we are just in the initial stage in building this MRV system, national MRV system. Because another challenge we face was in many developing countries, only for having the inventory, the national GHG inventory, many of them did that based on project-based. They are supported by the GEF, and they hire consultants coming within the country and doing that job to do this inventory. Now, with the frequency to provide this information, it's not possible to have it in a project base. You need an infrastructure, a national infrastructure to address the frequency to provide those information. And to do so, you need to involve all the sectors where you have this emission. And it's why in Senegal, we started by that, because all our national communication, as well as BRU or NDC, when we did the inventory, it was in a project base. But now we are starting to build the infrastructure, centralized around the Ministry of Environment, but involving all other ministers and also other stakeholders, because we had the chance to have in Senegal what we call the National Climate Change Committee, chaired by my colleague Usman. And in this committee, we have all stakeholders, ministry representative, as well as NGOs, women association, youth, and all of the parliament presidency. So supported by this national institution within the country with all stakeholders, we are starting around the Ministry of Environment to set up this very robust infrastructure. First, with a component dealing with the inventories to get all the data from different sectors to inform this platform within that framework. But in another hand, we also need to get all information in relation to the mitigation measures that are very different with all the methodologies and all of that. And for that, we needed to build the capacity at the sectorial level to allow them to transform their project to information related to the mitigation reductions. So we need to do so. But we need also to bear in mind that under the NDC, it's not only about mitigation. We also have to report back on the adaptation measures and the actions. We need to report back on the finance received and disbursed. We need to report also on technology transfer and also capacity building, because we have all of that in our NDC. So we need to report back on that, all of that. And to do so, we need to have very specific technical committee working with the relevant ministries and actors to get the information, but to get it in a very automatic way, because we can't just require information and get them one time. We need to build a system that provides automatically all the information that are needed to report back on that. And I will finish with that. One other important component is the one related to the market mechanism. Because when you see in the Paris Agreement, in the enhanced transparency framework, you need to have a specific reporting on what's going on mitigation, on ITMOs, international transfer mitigation outcomes. And for that, you need a very specific work to be done. It's why we have a specific component of this global MRV system dealing with market mechanism. Because we are in a very different situation. In the past, as developing country, we didn't have mitigation obligation. Anyone within the country can sell whatever mitigation outcome or do whatever he wants, sometimes without being known by the Ministry of Environment or centralized somewhere. Now, before all international transfer mitigation outcomes, whether they are for compliance, for the voluntary market, for CORSIA or whatever, needed to be authorized by the country. And before that authorization, we need to assess this mitigation project against the NDC, how it relates to that, what implication if corresponding adjustment. All of that need to be done. So it's why we have this infrastructure dealing with that. We had a support from the World Bank. We set up what we call a standardized crediting framework under which we deal with all of that. And currently, we have already some bilateral agreement with Switzerland, with the CLIC Foundation in some project to sell a borrowed mitigation outcome, but we are just at the stage of signing this bilateral agreement. We have another one with also the Norway, with GGGI, and we have many, but we need to deal with all of them within one framework which is very robust, be subject to a very robust assessment and reporting to be integrated in the global MRV, national MRV system. That are the preliminary thoughts about that. Thank you.
Gracias, Mr. Diang.
Thank you very much. Here we can, I think, highlight some important points. As countries, we each face challenges as part of the Paris Accord. And as we've just heard from Mr. Diagne, this involves transparency. We must comply with the principles therein established, and we will need to therefore have adequate infrastructure that will enable us to respond to this challenge. We should also strengthen our sectoral capacity so that we can effectively guarantee the quality of the data that we are reporting in each country. And so, information management and climate change data management require sufficiently robust systems that enable the integration of information from different sectors and that we have adequate traceability. And we must also comply with these principles that are provided for in the Paris Accord. We must be replicable and robust. I would now like to close hearing from Karina for her to tell us how the Ecuadorian government incorporates the different actions carried out by public and private entities in mitigation, adaptation, and financing actions for climate change within the MRV scheme. I think I spoke about this a little in my first answer, but I think these are different challenges, and clearly financing a schema is a challenge that we have to overcome. At COP26, one of the most important things that we want to negotiate is the complexity that this list of reports may contain. In the case of Ecuador, some of the most important inputs have been the RED plus, or the readiness inputs. We are using this in our integration for mitigation and climate financing. We're doing this through readiness. And so RED Más is our main development because it has been around for several years, and we are developing appropriate systems. And so we are not all speaking the same language, you know. We have a transformation interface between the different operational points. For example, energy, agriculture, transforming these into emissions is still a challenge that we have to deal with. And through readiness, we are preparing information to other agencies. It's not only our Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Water. I would like to just take advantage of this space to tell you that the ministry, or the President Guillermo Lasso, one of his first presidential decisions was to boost or put as one of his priorities ecological transition for the country. We are called the Ministry of Environment, Water and Ecological Transition. So we are the first country in Latin America to directly focus on the ecological transition. This is not just a simple change in our ministry's name, but we are actually breaking down a paradigm because the functions belong to the Ministry of Environment, and this cross-cutting conceptualization in other state portfolios is very important. Some 2 weeks ago, we signed the National Pact for Transition towards Decarbonization with clear roles and responsibilities for each of the state portfolios, where the different state portfolios have committed to incorporating in their own policies this matter of ecological transition and also the transition towards decarbonization. One of the aims here is to get to 2050 with net zero emissions. If we don't have high-level political decision, it's very difficult to ensure cross-cutting or transversal nature of measurement goals or NDCs. It cannot be robust, and so political decisions must be taken at the highest level to ensure that we meet these goals. So I think we are carrying out a series of actions, and all of our countries have to face different challenges here. And also, the integration of all of these systems means a big budget. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karina. Okay, so let's talk about the cross-cutting or transversal nature of these matters. So we have to involve all sectors here. We have to involve not only the environmental sector, but this goal is something that must involve all the different state or government portfolios, as Karina has said. To close, I would like to share some of the different points we've come up with in this space. An important part of implementation of NDCs means that we need to have these high-quality MRV systems, and we must be concise and transparent so that we can see the actions that different countries are implementing, and in doing so provide adequate information for policy decisions and the impacts that we have. Additionally, we must also be aware of the sectoral impact in the private sector when it comes to emissions. This is fundamentally important so that we can manage emissions and also involve all private and public actors. We also need to be aware of the impact and potential of reduction that we might have from these different contributions. This could be an opportunity also to increase the ambition when it comes to emission reduction commitments amongst different countries. We also see the importance of putting at the service of all of our actors when it comes to climate change, relevant information about commitments entered into, and also the advances made with regards to these commitments in the form of NDCs. It may be necessary for design, planning, and strategy in policy to ensure that we have alignment with each of the strategies that countries have entered into as part of the Paris Accord, and again, transparency when it comes to our information. Lastly, I'd like to highlight the fundamental role of MRV systems when it comes to complying with NDCs in the region. We saw the specific case also of Senegal, and we must meet this ambition. This is also going to enable us to increase and fulfill the goals that each country has committed to. The point is, of course, to fulfill the final goal of the Paris Accord. Thank you very much to our panelists for being here with us today, and thank you to all of our attendees for joining us. A very good morning to you all. It is my pleasure to greet you this morning. I was on the radio this morning sharing the wonderful news about what we've been doing here at the Center of Convention Center. It is fantastic to be here with you. The interpreter apologizes. We have momentarily lost audio. I was speaking with the Minister of Environment, Carlos Correa, and we have him here with us. We can see him on screen. Minister, a very good morning to you. Good morning, Juan. I'd like to offer a warm greeting to you and to all of the attendees for this second day. I know that this has been a marvelous event that you're holding in Cartagena. I'm very sad not to be there with you today, but I am here listening attentively to all of the progress that you've made already yesterday and this morning. Minister, we've so far had a very successful event. The ministry's team has carried out a formidable task with excellent presentations and commitment. I didn't get time to tell the audience that you must be suffering from terrible jet lag because you've just landed from Paris. You got off the plane, you went to breakfast with some journalists in Bogota, and here you are. You've just unpacked your suitcase getting back from Paris. How did you go there? Very well, Juan, very well. We had a very important event over the last 3 days for OECD countries. Colombia is following all of the necessary guidelines and fulfilling the tasks that we must complete when it comes to sustainability and climate change. We have reaffirmed the commitment that we have with the new OECD program called IPAC, and this is the monitoring platform for climate change indicators. And we also announced that we will present our candidature to be part of this group and have also significant leadership looking at the actions that we have taken in the 2050 agenda, looking at our NDCs. We also shared the progress that we've made in the chemical sector, where we are also important leaders. And at the end of this year, we will also have some decrees that will make us regional leaders when it comes to chemical management, which is one of the programs that we are working on at the moment. I also had a meeting with the Minister of ecological transition in France, and we were able to look at our shared agenda with the French government, with special attention with something they've helped us finance, which is the 2050 plan, where they reaffirmed the resources they will provide for us to reach our NDCs by 2030. It was a very positive trip and extremely important for Colombia. That's really fantastic to hear, Minister. To our attendees here at the Convention Center, Minister Carlos Correa was the mayor of a beautiful city in Colombia called Monteria. He was recognized as one of the best mayors in the country, and he managed to achieve something that's become an example for urban development and management in Colombia, in a country that's been has had relatively poor treatment of its rivers. He returned the river to the city, and everyone turned their eyes once again to the river. So he has experience as a public servant. He's been presidential advisor for our regions and has an extensive track record. And now he is heading up the best ministry of them all, which is the Ministry of Environment. Did you hear about the declaration that we shared yesterday? I know that you followed its development attentively. What is your opinion of the declaration that was signed here yesterday as part of this summit? Well, thank you very much for your very kind words, Juan. We've been working on sustainability and environment in the sector. You are also an ex-minister, so you are very familiar with the sector and its dynamics. The declaration that was made yesterday is also adapted to the challenges that we face as a country, not only within the country, but also the responsibility that Colombia has internationally, because it is the second most biodiverse country on the planet. And this declaration also marks an important milestone. The President has also been closely following the declaration, and we will be even stronger and with a shared position in the carbon market when we go to Glasgow in November. So here we are part of this declaration and this call to action for all countries to act, to have fair prices, to work together for this to be as transparent as possible. And of course, we will reach these carbon neutrality goals much more quickly. And beyond carbon neutrality, we will also be nature positive, biodiversity positive, which is another one of the goals that will be touched upon in COP in China next year. So positive biodiversity, or biodiversity positive. And with this declaration, we have made important advances when it comes to concrete actions that must be taken into account in this market so that we can protect our natural resources and biodiversity. And the best of all is that we will create a new economic and social and environmental model that will enable the creation of new jobs and a much fairer labor market transition, and the commitment that we have to our post-COVID recovery. Minister, what happened yesterday with the signing of this declaration was extremely important. All of the work that was done to get there all really came to fruition. And in that process, your colleagues told us that the climate change action bill has already been started. Can you please tell us about this bill and how you see this project rolling out for the environmental agenda here in Colombia? Well, Juan, thank you very much. This was an important milestone. I would also like to thank the organizers of this event, IETA, Asocarbono, USAID. I'd like to thank everybody who joins us today. But I would also like to thank everybody who has been part of putting together this NDC and carbon neutrality roadmap. Just quickly, I would like to give you some context. In 2015, Colombia entered into a commitment to reduce its GHG emissions by 20%. In 2020, we had the first update in December of our NDCs, always thinking of the progression in these figures, and also the announcement made by the president was a 51% GHG emission reduction. I believe that this is the biggest milestone in this decade, even though this is updated every 5 years. I say this is a milestone because it marks out our roadmap moving forward to 2030 and 2050. Of course, we have other goals, for example, zero deforestation by 2030, the High Ambition Coalition of having 30% of our marine and land areas protected. We also are looking at how to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, and looking at all of this work that's been done, all of the technical rigor from the state, from the government, looking at how to use the private sector and environmental ministry or environmental sector tools. We already have a lot of private sector commitments. We hope that by the end of the year we have 500 companies committed to this. We have indigenous communities, civil society, etc. We've put all of this roadmap together, and last week we presented a bill to Congress so that our NDCs can be taken or enshrined in legislation. This will not just be a commitment as part of the Paris Accord, but rather an internal commitment. And so the legislation we have here will incorporate that with some minimum limits. I say minimums because we have certain levels that are enshrined in our NDCs, but I believe that these goals that we have will actually be reached much more quickly, because now technology is going to help us to do things more quickly. Science, innovation, resources, the commitment of from each of our sectors will help us, and exponentially we are going to be able to overcome or surpass the minimum stipulated levels in our legislation. This will incorporate our NDCs and our commitment to carbon neutrality, as well as a series of important actions, for example, the protection of 30% of our marine and land areas, restoration of more than 95,000 hectares, reconversion of more than 3.6 million hectares to carry out sustainable cattle ranching, and also using more clean energy and circulation by 2030, the energy transition and how our electricity grid that had only 0.2% renewable energy a few years ago will move to 14%, and how through new technologies we will be able to advance very quickly. So this series of actions, amongst many others, will enable us through legislation to make this something concrete. It will not just be, a project for one agenda for one government, but rather a common national mission. From all the way from our children, young people, adolescents, private sector, through to others. This is a milestone, and the most important milestone of this decade, because for the first time, the planet, here in our country, in Colombia, we have a common goal, which is to conserve and protect our natural resources. So this bill, we hope, will be approved by the end of the year and will be very important in this path to carbon neutrality and positive biodiversity. We understand that there's a great atmosphere in the Congress. We heard yesterday from Juan Espinal, a congressman yesterday, and he told us that there's a good climate, so to speak, in Congress for this law to be advanced upon. A question about moving the government-private sector dialogue in this path to carbon neutrality. This is a very ambitious goal, Minister. Yes, quite an ambitious goal, but with something very positive, and that is that the whole private sector has received this strategy in a very open fashion and with a great deal of commitment. I was telling you that the first 100 countries have already signed agreements, and that we have a roadmap moving towards carbon neutrality, and at the end of the year we will have 500 companies included in this roadmap. This has activated a series of important actions with different guild organizations and sectors that have called upon us and said, we want to be part of this plan, which is so important to move towards carbon neutrality. We have 5 sectors that have signed carbon neutrality agreements and also no non-deforestation agreements. We have, for example, the cacao, palm, meat and coffee sectors and transport. And now the point is to have a modern regulatory framework that will enable us to include these regulations, and in doing so, help the private sector to be very agile in implementing these actions. This is a very big challenge, but this is a commitment that we all must assume. The private sector is taking this on in a responsible fashion, and I think that this is a short, medium, and long-term strategy. And President Duque has also mentioned in his speeches that this is important. Let me really emphasize the following: the importance of financing. We have to work with the financing sector, with multilateral banking, so that we can have credit lines that are sustainable and much more robust than those we currently have, so that we can finance the private and public sectors, of course, in these initiatives.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Minister. And now to conclude, I think this is the question that we all ask ourselves. What is, in the collective perspective, in the global perspective, and in the human race perspective, Glasgow? How is Colombia going to attend Glasgow, and what are the expectations that you have within the government, the president, within the ministry, of what will happen in Glasgow? Well, we have a lot of expectations, and at the same time, we will show a lot of advances we've been carrying out in this government. This won't simply be considered as an encounter to have a greater ambition. Instead, it will be to obtain funding, to also carry out monitoring and different actions that allow us to see where we're at, to have greater transparency and a better monitoring system for the NDC. So what are we expecting? We're expecting that countries have a greater ambition in their commitment in relation to climate change and in the compliance of the NDCs. We're also expecting to define many of the points of the carbon market from the 6th chapter, or Article 6, that you are covering in these 2 days that have been talked about in these 2 days, the double accounting, fair prices, which will be one of the most important initiatives from the Colombia standpoint in different scenarios. We are also asking that the commitments of $200,000 annual that have been established since year 2015 can be complied with, so that we can really reach these goals and these actions that are very much needed. We're also expecting Juan to be able to be there, leading as well different spaces and solutions, nature-based solutions, and the importance of nature-based solutions in regarding energetic transition. We will also we reflect different positions, not only regarding funding, but also funding regarding mitigation, but also the importance of adaptation in terms of this climate change emergency that we're living at the present moment. So what will be the mitigation matters in terms of this adaptation? How we will fund this adaptation? We think we must have an additional fund, as we've mentioned, to be able to finance adaptation as well as losses and damages. These are some of the matters that we will discuss in Glasgow, and Colombia has an important leadership. Negotiators will be some days before the commencement of the event to reaffirm some of our positions and to develop finally some of the positions. The president will be between the 3rd and 4th of November, and some ministries will also be present. We have a stand of about 100 meters squared meters, and we will have an extensive agenda for each of the sectors, and we will also launch our E2050 initiative. So we have a lot of expectations for Glasgow and also after Glasgow, and about some present actions we've been developing. And indeed, we wanted to prove how Colombia has been leading these topics in the last few years. Well, congratulations, Minister, and for the welfare of Colombia and the whole of humanity. It's important that all these purposes can be achieved and that the result or the outcomes are successful. So, Minister, on behalf of all this auditorium, I'm sure that I am representing them and the organizers as well that have been made this event possible. We congratulate your commitment, your participation, and we thank you for this participation. Just recently arrived from Paris, so a warm greeting, Mr. Minister, and we congratulate you. And I also congratulate you all for this initiative, this accompaniment, and this commitment, and your presence in these past few days in this very important summit. I also warmly greet you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. This encounter was not easy, but the active logistical team from the ministry told us that it would be perhaps difficult to connect with him because he just landed last night. So it's very, very positive. We were able to have him participate in the summit. So thank you to the ministry and the team to make this possible. Now I'd like to gladly invite you to the next panel about NDCs, our monitoring, verification, and report system. And I also want to introduce as a moderator to Osman Fulstar from the West African Alliance.
For being with us. El panel va a tener presencia de Colombia, República.
The panel will be represented by Ghana, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and Colombia.
Bonjour, buenos dias, good morning everybody. My name is Ousmane Fall Sarr and I'm from Senegal. I chair the Senegalese National Committee on Climate Change and I'm also the coordinator of the West African Alliance on Carbon Markets and Climate Finance. Today I'm very happy to be here with you. Okay. I'm very happy to be here, and I would like, first of all, to thank the Colombian Ministry of Environment and the organizer of this event for their invitation and their warm welcome. And it's the first time I have the opportunity to take officially the floor. I want to say on behalf of the 16 countries of the West African Alliance that we are very happy to join this historical moment yesterday on carbon market fairness and made this declaration on behalf of all our member countries. It's a very good example of South-South collaboration and we really appreciate it. And we commit ourselves to be more dynamic in our sub-region and in Africa because we have also our sister alliance in East Africa who are willing to join this alliance. And in the coming days, we will have the opportunity to share with them all the outcome that we've got here in Cartagena. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the Vice Minister Nicolas Galarza and the Vice Minister Milagros de Camp, who accepted a few weeks ago to participate to our African Climate Week and make a very relevant speech during this event and share with our colleague from African this initiative relative to the fairness on carbon markets. And it was really well accepted and well welcomed by all African participants. And today I have the privilege and honor to moderate this high panel on NDC where we have some distinguished guests. Mr. Alex Jose Sayer Saker, Director for Climate Change in Colombia. And I also would like to take this opportunity to thank you for all your effort you made for having the visa to come to to come to Colombia. It was not easy, and we just got the visa the last minute before taking the plane. And thanks for these efforts. And I would like also to thank you, Mr. Pablo Vieira, NDC Partnership Global Director, who will be joining us virtually, and I think he's already connected. And I have also, as panelists, this is Natalie Flores, Climate Change International Development and Environmental Policy Director, Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of the Dominican Republic. And I really thank you and ask you to convey our greetings to Vice Minister Milagros de Camp. And also we have as distinguished panelists, Mr. Freddy Antonio Chiroy Barreno, Vice Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change of Guatemala. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Vice Minister. Dear panelists, as you may know, one of the main innovations, the heart of the Paris Agreement, are the nationally determined contribution and the achievement of the long-term goals. With these NDCs, countries are invited to reduce their national emissions and adapt to the impact of climate change. The Paris Agreement, in its Article 4 and Para 2, requires each party to prepare, communicate, and maintain successive nationally determined contribution that it intends to achieve. Parties shall pursue domestic mitigation measures with the aim of achieving the objective of such contribution. The Paris Agreement requires each party to outline and communicate their post-2020 climate actions, known as NDCs. Together, these climate actions determine whether the world achieves the long-term goals in the Paris Agreement and to reach global peaking of greenhouse gases emissions as soon as possible, and to undertake rapid reduction thereafter in accordance with best available science, so as to achieve a balance between anthropogenic emissions by sources and removal by sinks of GHGs in the second half of this century. But today we are not going to revisit our NDCs and their contents, but I just wanted you panelists to reflect and give your views on how to implement it, and especially based on your country experience, how NDCs can be used to channel private investment for climate action. What are the tools, instruments, capacity building activities or policies used in the country, and what are the main achievements and so far, and the challenges that you have faced in your respective countries. So to start this discussion, I would like to first give the floor to Mr. Alex from Colombia. I think that our minister have already set the pace for you. He has mentioned many issues relative to the activities that you are currently undertaking in Colombia. I would like to hear from you about this issue, and I will come back to you with some additional questions relative to this matter. So, Alex, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Osman. Muchas gracias. Bueno, efectivamente el ministro.
Thank you. Well, effectively, the minister already gave a very general scope of what we are doing. However, I'd like to be more specific about the importance of these activities. One of the most important aspects was the updating of the NDCs and the process of this updating. And very much in line with what was mentioned in the first panel, the participation of all sectors was absolutely fundamental. And I dare to say that a topic that was key for us to be able to launch the NDCs was the following. Well, in this work, we had a link or a relationship with each of the ministries involved in the formulation of NDCs. So we had a relationship from the Ministry of Environment, with the Ministry of Energy, with the Ministry of Agriculture, also with the ministry, with each and every of the ministries. And these relationships, so these links basically allowed us to have different perspectives from each minister as well as the Ministry of Environment. Therefore, flow of information and trust was very much improved. And as a first measure, the updating of the NDCs was a work that was quite methodological, where we had the participation of each of the ministries, where each of the ministries also committed with the different measures, and these measures were built jointly with them. And I think that is the key aspect of this, to be able to build this jointly, because it's very different when you're told what we have to do versus you agreeing on the things or the actions that you can actually carry out. And therefore, we could, in this manner, we could ensure a development of the NDC. So first of all, I wanted to highlight this commitment. And then we asked ourselves, okay, what is the next step after setting that ambition of 51%, together with the 196 measures we have in place and the implementation plans? And this is exactly what we're currently working on the implementation plans of each of these measures. And we're also working on the cost structure of each of these measures. Now, I'd like to reference Ecuador, where they said that the NDCs, their implementation cost 290 million. I think that was the figure that they said. We still don't have the official figure of how much this costs to Colombia. We're still currently carrying out the studies for costs. But one of the main topics, and I think this is a key message I want to convey and for you to take away, is how we can ensure beyond that technical work. This is about positioning this as a priority in public policies and at a national level. How can we transform this from a technical work, and it has had a commitment at a directive level with the deputy ministers, but how can we make this much more mainstream in the topic in the public policies? And this is, as the minister mentioned, this is the climate action law, and this is about that updating from the NDCs that I've just mentioned, and where we propose those minimum measures that we must carry out for Colombia to be able to comply with the agreement of 51%. Now, by issuing this as a law or an act, this is not just about the form. It will indeed help us to make this much more durable in the policies, and that it is not subject to change in the way or in the direction of a government, and that the commitment must be ensured, as well as the monitoring of these NDCs in our country. So this climate action law or bill seeks exactly that, to position NDCs as a bottom-up commitment, but also as an up-to-bottom commitment, so that we can ensure that this Climate Change Act ensures this. And finally, we need to strengthen our CClima, which is our national climate change system. And in the country, we fortunately have a really good governance as of the intersectorial committee or commission on climate change, where we basically take to this committee or commission all these different approvals that we need, not only regarding NDCs, but also on the long-term strategy and other strategies that we need. Therefore, to make this short, this is basically the institutional agreement that we want, and the commitment of our country is to elevate this, and our strategy is to try to scale this up at a law or a bill level, so that there is a much more mandatory agreement from each of the sectors to really achieve these goals that we have in our NDCs.
Thank you, Alex, for this relevant inputs and these answers that you have given on this issue. Now I hand over to Mrs. Natalie. We want to hear from you about the Dominican Republic experience.
Buenos días. Primero,
Good morning. Well, I'd like to greet you all firstly, and I'd like to also thank you for this very warm welcome in Cartagena. We are very pleased to be here, and I'd also like to thank all the parties involved so that we can all share our experiences. Now, in the case of the Dominican Republic, well, as I mentioned yesterday, We've been working for many years in the institutional arrangements to be able to ensure having a strong system on climate change regulation. Firstly, because within our Constitution, the adaptation to climate change and a territorial sustainable development is established in a chapter. Aside from this, we also have a national development strategy that it is regulated by law, where axis number 4, which is the corresponding axis to the environmental framework, establishes everything that has to do with adaptation and mitigation of climate change. Actually, the National Development Strategy, which is Act 1-2, is the only legal instrument that establishes a quota of emissions reducible in the Dominican Republic. In our NDC, well, in the year 2015, in the framework of the COP21, and in the adoption and the signing of the Paris Agreement that we've already carried out, basically, this positions the agreement as well as the convention and the other protocols and instruments derived from these at a constitutional level in the Dominican Republic, as I just mentioned. Well, we presented very much in line with the National Development Strategy an intention to reduce 25% of our emissions. The Dominican Republic issues 0.006% of the global emissions. We're an island that is highly vulnerable. Actually, we are within the 10 most vulnerable countries in the globe in terms of the adverse effect of climate change. And therefore, we have evolved in terms of our commitments of emissions reducible. And Pablo Vieira, who is joining us from the NDC partnership, is very well aware of all the process that the Dominican Republic has carried out, and this transformation process, well, thanks actually to the support of the NDC partnership, the Dominican Republic has been able to work in record time and during the pandemic to a national determined contribution that has been improved and updated. We started off with an inclusive process in the midst of a change of government, and as I mentioned yesterday, after 16 years, we've achieved to carry out a process in the change of government within a pandemic, and actually this was a complex process. However, to the purposes of environmental change that we know affects our development and our economy, we as a state policy, we decreed to give continuity to these processes, as well as the process that we're carrying out with the Cooperative National Alliance for Climate Change. So we created an ad hoc committee together with the NDC partnership, where the Ministry of Economy, Planning and Development and the National Council for Climate Change and the Mechanism for Clean Development, and of course the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, which is the regulating entity both for climate change as well as for environmental matters in the Dominican Republic. Jointly, we've endeavored in a process of technical dialogues to improve and update our NDC. And thanks to the support of donors through the NDC partnership, and I want to be very emphatic in this, because if it weren't for the leadership of this association, most possibly the Dominican Republic wouldn't have been able to do what we're doing nowadays and what we've achieved up until now. We carried out all the different studies, the relevant studies, and that's how we realized the weaknesses that I mentioned yesterday of strengthening our scheme to be able to have an enabled, robust environment for the private sector, to involve the private sector and also make them accountable for the reduction of emissions that they must commit to in each of the sectors. We, through these studies and also the technical studies, which actually was the most challenging component, however, the team from the committee of the NDCs performed very well in the midst of the pandemic, between having on-site and virtual meetings, where we carried out technical dialogues throughout the sectors by gender, through different or with different age range, stakeholders both participation from the public and private sector, and we achieved a really positive outcome. The Dominican Republic calculated a need of about $10 billion to reduce its emissions for year 2030 in each of the components. This is also aligned with our national development strategy. And, well, the most tedious part was actually to sit down with a new Minister of Economy, a new Minister of Environment,
and the new Vice President of the Climate Change Council made the decision that if, based on these studies, we could fulfill this ambition, because in the prior 10 years of existence of this council in the Dominican Republic, we had not been able to reduce the emissions. And so we made a next step, and we increased our ambition to 27% emissions reduction for 2030. We had a lot of doubts. We were very conservative, but we lobbied the President of the Republic, and he instructed us that our country should move towards decarbonization without, of course, affecting the conditions I've already mentioned. What's very important, that only 7% of these emissions are conditional on international cooperation and technology transfer. 5% is subject to the private sector, especially in energy. And this is a decision that was made, and 2%. Also, the Treasury was important in making this decision. And it's about transformation of public spending. At the same time, we have been looking at a national program. This is a living dynamic document looking at climate and all of the work that is done with the support that we receive through our partnership. This is focused on improving climate change in the Dominican Republic. The Climate Change Convention recognized the Dominican Republic for this very strong adaptation component, and also framework aimed at mitigation and adaptation. So this is the process that we have been following through the NDC partnership. This has been mentioned a great deal because this is a one-to-one task that is carried out. With this ad hoc Directors Committee, we are working on our action plan for the Dominican Republic, and this is going to be delivered very soon with the highest level team, of course. And the idea is to elevate our NDCs to the Central American level. We're doing something similar to harmonize our determined goals in the region. I don't know if you're aware that the Dominican Republic is a member of SICA, independent of our geographic location, and so we are working strongly on this. I think that we could stop there. Thank you for having us here and for inviting us to present to you.
Very interesting hearing from you and your experience in the Dominican Republic. As our panelist, Pablo from NDC Partnership is online, and you never know if technology, Vice Minister, I will come back to you, but I want to take this opportunity to give the floor to Mr. Pablo from NDC Partnership, because the NDC Partnership, as mentioned by Natalie in her speech, is doing a lot in terms of capacity building and assistance for countries to develop their NDC and also to elaborate their implementation strategy. So Pablo, we really commend your actions regarding what you are doing for developing countries. And I will give you the floor to share a bit your experience about the topic that we are discussing today, how to channel investment from the private sector for NDC implementation, based on your current experience in developing countries. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Osman. It's a real pleasure to be here. I hope you're hearing me okay. I'm going to switch now to Spanish for my intervention. Muy buenos días.
A very good morning to you all. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to be here with you at this extremely important event to talk about such an essential topic such as resource mobilization from the private sector for the implementation of NDCs. I would like to start with a short introduction about the NDC partnership. We are an international platform with almost 200 members. We work with national governments, international institutions, civil society, academic sector and the private sector to accelerate climate action and also mobilize resources. The premise that we work upon is that effective cooperation can accelerate results and also improve the collective impact of the resources that we are investing in climate change impact. The idea is to facilitate access to the necessary resources for the implementation of NDCs. I think that Natalie gave us a number of important examples of the important work that we are doing through the partnership. Therefore, almost 200 members mobilize their resources, their experience, and their financing to provide developing countries with the necessary tools and assistance in order to update and implement their NDCs, and in doing so combat climate change, seeking to build a better future and not leave anybody behind. We are supporting 75 countries around the world. We are supporting more than 140 member and non-member institutions. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 20 countries are receiving support to update their NDCs and to implement them. And so when it comes to specific support to align recovery efforts from the pandemic with the climate strategies, we provide support. And so countries have access to resources, technical assistance, capacity building, financing that help them to look in an integrated fashion at how to implement their NDCs and how to connect these with their development plans and with their social and economic priorities. Specifically speaking, when we talk about financing, the support we are giving to countries has been fundamental so that they can establish a solid foundation to face the challenge of fighting against climate change, just as we saw in the presentation from the Dominican Republic. But the necessary investment volume to really implement these NDCs is unprecedented. This is even more true in our current context, where several countries have increased their ambitions in the updated NDCs. We see clear examples from Colombia and the Dominican Republic, but at the same time, they are facing the the economic crisis brought about by the pandemic. So we have long-term strategies and establish a guiding framework for successful implementation, which depends on concrete financing strategies and investment plans, as well as mobilization of resources from different available sources. These instruments are those that will allow us to align public resources with private resources and national resources and international resources so that we can have a low-carbon resilient development. And so from the NDC partnership, we have a support area where we receive most requests from our member countries. More than 90% of these are to facilitate access to climate financing. And so we have 5 different ways of providing support that I'll quickly tell you about. The first of these is develop financial climate strategies that provide a common framework so that we can control economic flows to ensure implementation of NDCs. The type of activities include national and local investment plan creation and the mapping out of financing sources for climate change. In Honduras, for example, we are supporting the Secretariat of Energy in putting together a financing strategy for climate change, looking at energy sector priorities in their new NDCs. The second theme is that of the integration of NDCs in planning processes at the national, subnational, and sectoral levels, and in budgets. And by making this transversal or cross-cutting when it comes to financing of public policy, we enable governments to evaluate, mobilize, and look at the use of resources for climate ends. We are supporting topics such as public spending on climate change, developing acquisition policies for sustainable development, and also prices and taxes for carbon. In Panama, for example, we have supported the Ministry of Economy and Finance to strengthen their capacities to change how they conceive of infrastructure projects that are paid through public resources. We also have measures that promote climate criteria in the design of infrastructure, integrating adaptation and mitigation in the whole project lifecycle. In Colombia, the World Bank has supported the Ministry of Finance and the Superintendents of Finance, as well as other institutions, including the DNP, or National Planning Department of Ministry of Environment, in looking at public investments that will be aimed at complying with climate goals. The third point is the project and program point, as well as mobilization of resources. Here we are looking, for example, at the development of financial mechanisms, green bonds, and also capacity building for access to capital markets. In Peru, we are working with the Fund for Capital Development from the UN, and we have a design proposal for a guarantee fund for small and medium-sized companies to facilitate investment in measures to fight against climate change. The majority of these are in the energy sector. The fourth matter is that of plan and program development for profitable projects. This includes assessment and development of these projects. In Ecuador, based on our implementation plans for the NDC, we are working with the Ministry of Water, Environment and Energy Transition, the Ministry of Finance, and looking at the development of 7 project proposals for investment in energy efficiency and renewable energy, so that we can find some $600 million in public and private financing. And the fifth point, which is the most relevant to this conversation we're having today, is the fostering of private sector participation in climate change. I mention this fifth point not only because this is the topic of the day, but also because it's transversal, cross-cutting to all the aforementioned points. The private sector is a key factor when it comes to mobilizing finance. This is clearer than ever before. This is absolutely transcendental. We must include this sector so that we can have climate finance transferred to the areas needed. These are trillions of dollars, and we have been working with countries that are looking at climate financing from the private sector. We see how countries see NDCs as a unique opportunity to strengthen the involvement of their stakeholders or actors in climate change. This is a clear message for the private sector when it comes to the national development model in the midterm, and concrete actions to be taken by sectors and regions that will promote the transition to more sustainable development. In fact, even develop concrete investment opportunities. The type of activities that we are supporting in the region include a more assertive conversation with the private sector, participation, and also we want to facilitate technical assistance and meetings amongst peers. In Colombia, we have worked in a multi-actor framework so that we can ensure private sector participation. We analyze the diverse motivations of private actors in different industrial sectors, energy and agriculture, so that we can work on climate action and therefore come to voluntary agreements based on incentives to meet NDC goals. In the Dominican Republic, with support from the World Bank, we have been supporting associations in the private sector to look at social involvement and strengthen different levels of power. And this enables fluid dialogue between private actors and government when it comes to developing public policy. It's also important to look at the role of market mechanisms as an opportunity to mobilize public financing and private financing. There's a lot of instruments in the region. However, there are many questions that remain on the table regarding countries' intentions and where they are headed. This can be seen in the differences between countries, looking at how they include markets. I will stop there, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you, Pablo, for your relevant points, and I appreciate it. And now I will give the floor, for the sake of time, I will give the floor to Vice Minister of Guatemala, Mr. Freddy Antonio Chiroy. So, Vice Minister, you have the floor.
Okay. Muy buenos días.
A very good morning to you all. So as we saw yesterday, I gave a presentation on Guatemala. We presented on climate change, and that enabled us to elevate our commitments to the national level in Guatemala, and we saw the involvement of different actors, both institutionally at the government level, as well as actors from the private sector, and also work with indigenous people as well as with the academy. It's important to mention this because our National Council allows us to have interinstitutional and sectoral working groups so that we can determine, in this case, our nationally determined contributions. We must also highlight that as a country, we have national plans. One of these plans is commonly known as CATUM 2032, and we also have a national action plan for climate change, where we determine the actions to be taken when it comes to both adaptation and mitigation. At the end of last year, Guatemala presented the Framework Convention from the United Nations for Climate Change. We presented a strategy to them, and this was carried out with support from the U.S. Embassy through their cooperation organization USAID or USAID, looking at low emissions and identifying around 43 mitigation options for each of involved sectors in Guatemala. This was also a historical milestone because these mitigation mechanisms that were identified were agreed upon with each of the involved stakeholders, very similar to what was seen in Colombia. We carried out a whole process to update our NDCs, and we were looking at different regulatory organizations, looking at both mitigation and adaptation. It's important to highlight that the advances made were extremely significant and gave the greatest results. For example, in the case of Dominican Republic, we saw an adjustment made due to the pandemic, and we have a mechanism that we will continue to work on. But we are very pleased to have a direct and personal communication, because these are negotiations that do need to occur. We came up against some resistance in certain sectors, and we have had to carry out some of our negotiations virtually. We saw some significant advances, and we are working on our sectoral working groups for mitigation. And we have pending talks with the energy sector. In the private sector, we've had some important conversations, and so the point is to continue to work on our monitoring mechanisms with the private sector, establishing a baseline from 1990 to 2018. This is being done through our first report that will be presented to the convention, the UN Convention framework. And this is an important part of this phase. There are second mechanisms that Guatemala is working on in parallel, and the third communique has already been confirmed, and we're looking at our NDCs. This governance that we have in Guatemala have enabled us to come to agreements and make people aware of these commitments in our different sectors. We also have our own climate change science system, which enables us to arrive at these strategies with this level of strategic detail, which will enable us to quantify what is needed for each of the interventions to be carried out. It's also important to mention that this is quite a long process. We've had support from different cooperation agencies, and we have worked with all different agencies. We've had support from the FAO, from the UNPD, from GHZ, etc. It's been quite a laborious task, and it's been fairly heavy on the participation side. And we have our new ambitions that will be presented at the beginning of November at COP26. And at the same time, we have established a climate change directorate. We have a national inventory system for Guatemala, and this will enable us to concentrate a whole database looking at GHG gases so that these public and different sectors can also carry out their own reference analyses based on this baseline. This is very important because usually in our governments, when there are changes in authority, we have a high personnel turnover, and so this information gets lost. And that's what happens when you have different governments coming into power. That's why we have created this institution, and that enables us to keep everyone on the same track and have the same information available, regardless of who is in charge of these different portfolios. This is important, and in coming steps that we have planned, in Colombia, we want to compile and systematize the different data around GHGs using technical working groups, and we have participation from our various sectors, which is extremely important. We've also started to input efforts to create this system, as I mentioned, so that we can work at the ministerial level and define all the processes to be carried out to have an updated inventory to 2018. And we will present our biennial report, and we will look at our new instruments and inventories. We will also, and it's important to mention here that the different instruments for emissions and for our MRVs, we do have regulations around clean development in the country based on IPCC guidelines. We are providing support through institutional conventions to also receive information so that we can update this information system. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Freddy, for this intervention and to share with us the experience from Guatemala. Thank you all distinguished panelists. From your intervention, we've learned a lot. We have noticed that after the first generation of NDCs, right after the ratification of the Paris Agreement, many countries have rushed to submit their NDCs. And now I think it's really relevant from your intervention that all our NDCs need to be updated, taking into consideration many issues that we face. And I think it's really relevant to go through this process. And also, I mentioned that the appropriate institutional arrangement in the countries, the governance system, and the bottom-up approach that are used to facilitate the consultation of all key stakeholders at a national level is also key to enable a very relevant NDC implementation. And also capacity building from the experience that we've got from the NDC partnership is key. Capacity building in terms of long-term strategy elaboration and financing strategy also elaboration. It is highly needed if you want to go further in the implementation of our NDCs. And as billions of dollars are required to implement the NDCs, I think we should identify all financing sources, public sources, multilateral, and also the private sector that can play a very significant role, and also develop financing mechanism using all instruments that are needed for the implementation of the project. Some of you have already mentioned the issue of green bonds, and also the involvement of the private sector is key to mobilize more financing. And we've heard the very relevant experience from the Dominican Republic, where the private sector is now contributing to the implementation of the NDC. To create a framework for dialogue with the private sector is also something very important that need to be established at a country level, and also the use of market mechanism can facilitate a better involvement of the private sector in the NDC implementation. So now, for the sake of time, I will just ask one question, and I will, for the sake of gender balance also, address this question to Natalie. what are your expectations for COP26 regarding all the issues that we have raised today and the challenges that are ahead? What are your main expectations in participating to COP26?
Okay, so our main expectation is basically to focus on the Paris rulebook. We want to achieve Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and we will work towards that. And also we want finance, of course, and finance for loss and damage. So we will put a big effort on loss and damage as a regional priority with the Central American integration system. And of course, we have an agenda of inclusion with gender issues. The president will be there with us, and I'm sure our aim to reach the Paris rulebook and Article 6 will be led at the highest level.
Exactly. Article 6 is on spot in Glasgow, and I think it will be the main achievement if we manage to have a decision on Article 6. Financing of adaptation also is key for us, and I think, as the minister has already said, it's part of the issues that we will put on the table. So I would like to thank you all for your excellent contribution. And I wanted to give the floor to the audience, but unfortunately, because of time constraint, we cannot do it. And thank you for joining this session. Muchas gracias, queridos panelistas.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much, Osman, and the rest of the panelists for this very excellent panel. Now I would like to invite you to a very, very short coffee break of around 15 minutes so that we can be really committed to the agenda. And we'd also like to invite you to a side event from the Carbon Market Exchange at 1 p.m. in this same venue, in the same room. So please enjoy your coffee break, and we'll meet again in 15 minutes.
Un servicio social, como llamamos, si alguien ha visto el...
And please, we've just been announced, if someone has seen the mobile phone of our Director of Logistics, Ana Maria, please, if you see an abandoned phone anywhere close to your seats, oh, someone just saw it. Thank you, Osman. Have a good coffee break, everybody.
Invitamos si están los panelistas ya en el auditorio para que puedan ir subiendo a la tarima.
Our panelists already in the auditorium, please take the stage.
Invitamos a nuestros panelistas a subir a
We'd like to please invite our speakers or panelists to take the stage.
Los invitamos a que tomen asiento. Vamos a dar inicio a nuestro siguiente.
So, we will start our next panel, which will be moderated by Sergi Quadra. I hope my Catalan is okay. Sergi Quadra is a chemical engineer with a master's in renewable energies. He's got over 20 years of experience in the development of mitigation of climate change projects in the forestry sector, and he is currently the Chief Operating Officer of Innovation and Strategy at ALCOP. And it's a pleasure him joining us. Sergi will introduce the different panelists, and we have virtually connected Misha Klassen from Switzerland, and we really thank her to join us. And she will be given the floor first by Sergi. Thank you very much, Misha, for joining us, and greetings to you in Zurich. And the panel, as you can see in your agendas, is about the sixth article, article number 6 of the Paris Agreement. We're talking about this with Sergi, and we didn't really know what adjective to classify Article 6 under. Perhaps inconcluded article, unnegotiated article, surprising article, or the very challenging article of the agreement. In either case, perhaps you can conclude yourselves after the panel, Sergi, right? The Article 6 will be the protagonist of this panel with all its characteristics, features, and pending tasks related to it. So, Sergi, I would like to now give you the floor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and thank you to the organizers, the IETA and ASO Carbono. Thank you to the different organizers, USAID and the Ministry of Environment of Colombia. I'd like to thank you as well for your attendance today in the second day of the Climate Summit of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you to our panelists, especially Misha, who is online joining us and who will be given the floor first. I'd like to first introduce, however, our different panelists. As I mentioned, Misha Klassen is the Director of Carbon Procurement of the CLIC Foundation from Switzerland, and he will start with the first intervention. We also have Natalie Flores, who's been participating in different panels in these 2 days. She is the Director of Climate Change from the Dominican Republic, and we also have with us El Hadji Mabia Diakni from the Senegal West Alliance, and who's also representing a selection of 16 countries. So I started my career 18 years ago in the development of projects under the Kyoto Protocol. And after 15 projects, I think I'm a bit overwhelmed by these numerous projects. And leading to this, I had the opportunity to lead the projects under Article 6, which will basically frame what the carbon market will certainly be in the near future. I am also leading the Article 6 part and also Article 30 with the SDGs. And in this last decade, I've also been a consultant for the urban development regarding environment of the World Bank and also for the UN in MDL methodologies specifically. So the objective of this next session will be about the Article 6.2, and it's exactly because we don't really know much more about 6.2 and what follows under it. So we will start by talking about Article 6.2, and the idea will be to provide to the audience practical ideas about the different pilot activities that are being carried out under Article 6 specifically, Article 6.2 specifically, as I just mentioned, country-level agreements, specifically about the rules that will be established, hopefully, in about 4 weeks in Glasgow at the COP26. So the objective is to have a practical session today with the opinions of both buyers, countries such as Switzerland, in this case represented by Misha, as well as the hosting countries of LATAM projects such as Colombia and the Dominican Republic here represented. We finally have Adriana Gutierrez as well from from Climate Change Colombia. So the idea is to have a session with a practical approach and to obtain the different opinions of buyer countries, such as the case of Switzerland, as well as hosting countries of the projects in LATAM, such as Colombia and the Dominican Republic, and in Africa, represented by Enbaye from the West African Alliance. So before starting, I would like to seize this moment, as was done yesterday by the Emissions Ministry Lombardi. He said that he would lose his tie. Now I want to remove plastic bottles from our table to convey a message. We do not want plastic in any of these summits. So Article 6. As you well know, carbon markets exist since over 2 decades under the Kyoto Protocol. The next generation of carbon markets will be regulated by Article 6 from the Paris Agreement, and it is in conditions of performing a key role in the country so that they can achieve their contributions, their NDCs, as we've mentioned in the previous panel, the ENDCs, as well as taking advantage of international cooperation and therefore enable a much more ambitious climate action. However, if bilateral rules and dynamics have not concluded, several countries have progressed towards the implementation of pilot activities under Article 6, as well as initiatives that support the implementation of Article 6. This article of the Paris Agreement has established an international framework cooperation to achieve its objectives. It eliminates several limits from the latter mechanisms and existing mechanisms from the Kyoto Protocol, and generally these are not designed to achieve structural changes that were previously committed under the Kyoto Protocol, and that economies needed to reduce emissions in a continuous manner. So it is expected that the cooperation between countries and the economic flows resulted from the transferable and international exchanges, as known as ITMOs, can also help reduce emissions. All countries must evaluate in a transparent manner the scope of their emissions reduction, which will conclude or help global efforts of mitigation and also achievement of the NDCs. Article 6 can provide two main contributions that can create benefits for international cooperation. On one side, it establishes the framework so that carbon global markets and emerging ones, and on the other hand, it provides market channels to be able to unblock access to funding. Limited access to funding is actually one of the principal or main limitations for emissions reduction, specifically for developing countries, as represented here in this panel. Emerging carbon markets are covered specifically by two operational paragraphs of Article 6. The first one is Article 6.2, which provides an accounting framework for countries to participate in several ways of cooperation, of joint cooperation, including, for example, mechanisms such as accreditation, bilateral accreditation mechanisms through projects, programs, or policies, or the linking or bonding with national existing mechanisms within frameworks of bilateral or unilateral agreements. On the other hand, Article 6.4 still in negotiation, and perhaps Adriana and Mbaye could give us some idea of what is currently happening with Article 6.4. Well, Article 6.4 has as an objective to establish a central mechanism to trade credits that works under the authority of an international organism such as the Framework Convention of the UN up to date. Article 6.4 provides a balanced framework for carbon markets, meaning it provides also tools for the country, the main country. And it also enables better access to funding with much more attention to synergies between the different funding or financial sources. We must also point out the disposition regarding climate funding expressed in Article 6.8, under Article 6, of course, that establishes a work program for non-market approaches, and that could certainly be the base for funding, adaptation, and 2030 agenda. The Paris Agreement provides a fundamental framework, which is also new for climate global policies, including the possibility of being the underscribing parties that operate in the implementation of policies. The Paris Agreement also precedes a new era of international mechanisms regarding the carbon market. Its ascending nature, or bottom-up nature, also provides the fact that many countries have commitments within their NDCs to be able to reduce GHG gas, and they propose challenges for the design of international carbon markets and related transactions. Also within Article 6, parties can adopt cooperative approaches such as those described in Article 6.2, or consider multilateral agreements, to which I think we're all more used to, such as the MDL under Article 6.4. These instruments must have a key role in terms of the reduction of the national and global gas emissions reducible and carbon markets in the future. Now, in relation to international markets, carbon markets, the adoption that the different parties committed in the agreements must consider NDCs, also the continuities of measurement, reporting, and verification, or MRVs, and the different mechanisms for voluntary cooperation in which countries must participate. It should also tackle specifically avoid double accounting, also issues regarding additioning described in Article 6 and other matters that could endanger the environmental elements in the elements of mitigation, as well as guaranteeing transparency, good governance, and interinstitutional infrastructure that is needed. It should also consider the key role that carbon markets may have to allow and enable and foster a greater ambition of mitigation and to be able to achieve a sectorial transformation. Specifically, how this ambition can be created as of the Paris Agreement with time can certainly be a much more important topic, however, a polemic one as well. The fact that negotiations have not been able to agree on the rules of Article 6 is an evidence of the latter. The parties of the Paris Agreement have been negotiating multilateral regulations and rules for the last 5 years. In 2018, the negotiations of Article 6 could not conclude, and therefore the article became the last article of the Paris Agreement that cannot be operational within the agreement adopted in the COP24 in Katowice. The failure to agree on this was repeated again in 2019 in the meeting or convention in Madrid, and regardless of negotiations progressing in many important aspects, we could not define the scope. Some negotiators also expressed their frustration due to the lack of agreements in terms of objectives, while others expressed a relief due to the fact that there was a mistreatment to these matters because the carbon markets statuses were endangered. What we expect in the COP26 that will be held in the next month will be a key moment to define this. Now, the point on cooperation that Article 6.2 refers to, which regulates the use of the objectives and also details the performance reports and rules to avoid double accounting, is important. Rules, modulations, and procedures of an accreditation mechanism that is regulated multilaterally is defined by these articles. And specifically, this is stated in Article 6.2 further on. And lastly, the modalities of a work plan to be able to provide non-commercial focuses or approaches or non-market mechanisms in compliance with Article 6.8. The current delays in the process of negotiation provide an impulse or boost, an early boost to be able to share or exchange the different practices regarding Article 6. Now, in this current phase, most of the pilot projects in emerging countries are absolutely key for instruments and are focused on what is stated under Article 6.2, meaning there is no specific rule in Article 6.4, and that is the reason why the market has started to work on Article 6.2. Aside from this, most of the pilot projects adopt different and accreditation references project by project, meaning they leave aside the sectorial element of this article. Additional to this, we're working with 2 waste management projects for Senegal and Ghana, in which Switzerland is buying the most possible surpluses, and also in another project in the Dominican Republic for the purchase of ITMOs in Switzerland. Now, regarding the uncertainty about the conclusion of Article 6, the pilot projects of Article 6 are continuing at a good pace, and the progresses in Article 6 are progressing. Now, the work for the hosting countries of Article 6 is also progressing, and the voluntary market of the carbon market are starting to change beforehand of the rules of Article 6 since year 2018. There has been a proliferation of activities related to Article 6. For example, prove how the cooperation of Article 6 can work in practice to be able to inform and negotiations, as well to have early access to emissions credits, and this is important to be able to achieve national commitments regarding mitigation. The efforts to be able to design and implement pilot projects of Article 6 are framed under the most extensive working line that has as an objective to catalyze the expansion of carbon markets and also to establish tariffs in these markets. The lack of understanding and the functioning of carbon markets in developing countries is isolating these countries of new potential sources of funding and as well increasing the general costs of being able to comply with the Paris Agreement. Therefore, the increase in number of national and international institutions have focused specifically on creating an optimal environment, the development of a regulatory framework, also an establishment of institutional mechanisms that are necessary for the building of the infrastructure for necessary markets such as records or registration entities. Currently, professionals are facing a limited experience in the design and the implementation of different policy approaches related to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, basically because there are no established rules until now. Most of those pilot projects that are undergoing are majorly focused on increasing the viability of the portfolio of projects, monetizing those elements related to climate change that these projects provide. However, at some point, long-term viability of these projects will fully depend on the policies of that hosting country. Countries, together with multilateral institutions, are pioneers in the development of developing new methodologies to build well-aligned policies with their NDCs and national strategies related to climate change. Activities of Article 6 are facing multiple barriers. None of these have been a decisive factor, not even COVID. The enabling initiatives that can help parties to progress more in that supply chain are crucial to be able to overcome these barriers. This seems to be acknowledged much more as to the extent that these number of initiatives are increasing, and a successful conclusion from the COP26 regarding Article 6 is that this is not considered as a necessary condition for the continuation of pilot projects under Article 6.2. Many pilot developers in the accounting rules under this improved scheme, I just made a literal translation of what we called the LACS transparency framework as a key progress for collaboration. Others are based in the other 24 principles of San Jose for a wide enabling element for the carbon markets that is subscribed by over 20 countries. However, another failure in the establishment of Article 6 in the COP26 will be a big setback for those countries that have signed this multilateral agreement to reach the scale of international carbon markets that are necessary to improve the ambition according to the long-term agreements that have been agreed in the Paris Agreement will not be possible in a wide world of fragmented possibilities. Yesterday, we saw a very clear example in this same auditorium with the subscription of the fair carbon fees with 24 subscribing countries. Therefore, reaching an agreement on the regulation of Article 6 of the COP26 will be absolutely essential to achieve the transformation process of carbon markets in the near future. The CLIC Foundation, which will be represented by Misha, has requested a total demand of a reduction of GHG of around 35 to 45 million tons between years 2021 and 2030. Funding or financing will be available for the implementation of projects with a very specific focus on the energy sector, industrial processes, waste, and agriculture.
We have seen a signing between Switzerland, Peru, and Ghana, and there are negotiations with Mexico, Chile, Argentina, and some other countries for agreements. The CEA and the Fund for the Joint Credit Group in Japan is implementing several programs at the national level that assign carbon financing to specific programs in developing countries, specifically looking at mitigation actions related to energy, waste, and industrial processes. What's more, the internal emissions system in Korea will cover up to 5% of the obligation for the total. The World Bank has developed a series of programs that come up with cooperative approaches for Article 6, as well as the Climate Market Club and Climate Warehouse, or Transformative Carbon Asset Facility, TCAF, which is also used for cooperation with the World Bank. So, we will now begin with our various panelists' contributions.
And sorry for, I know you are running late for another meeting, so please go ahead and tell us about the actions which are currently happening through the CLIC Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you very much for having the invitation or the opportunity to speak virtually, and also for this excellent introduction of the topic. And I hearing this, I'm amazed how complicated everything sounds with a lot of conceptual elements, and of course this is where the negotiations. This is the level of the negotiations, but I want to speak about success stories and lessons learned, and from my perspective, from the work of the past 2 years, it doesn't really look that complicated, and I'm also realizing that I don't like that people speak of pilot activities, because these activities are not piloting anymore. We mean business, and we are tasked to bring about these 30 to 40 million ITMOs by 2030. And yeah, I'd like to briefly give a very quick overview of where we stand, and draw basically four lessons learned, so to say, and give back to the panelists again. Good. So, where do we stand? Current state. Sergey explained that, I have to remove this, that our foundation and Switzerland is exclusively working with bilateral agreements on the Article 6.2. So this, apart from the Paris Agreement, there will be a bilateral agreement, a binding bilateral agreement between states governing the whole cooperation. Now, agreements have been signed with Peru, Ghana, Senegal, and a couple of more countries are in very close reach of signing the agreement. And yeah, I don't want to go into details here. Of course, these deliberations will be known at some time. Now, we are working with call for proposals. We are now having the 4th international call that is running up to the 20th of January. And we have now opened for Peru and Ghana the call for proposals on an ongoing basis. So every registered organization can approach us through that system with proposals. Pipeline is growing. We received by now 78 proposals, of which we roughly pre-selected 20 of it. Pre-selection means that we are clearing funding to develop in the first step these activities, the documents. And right now on the contract we have roughly 10 to 15 activities, and have committed already 2.5 million into developing the concepts and the the documents that are similar to the PDD under the CDM, the description of the proof of concept that will be authorized under Article 6.3 of the Paris Agreement by the 2 states. Now, what are the key lessons that we can draw? I mean, for me, the most important is that bilateral agreements, they do work. We have now the 3 agreements, and they are very lean. They are effectively safeguarding environmental integrity by clear requirements on the accounting and the corresponding adjustment. They also require a minimum of, in terms of sustainable development and human rights. So going beyond the pure mitigation. And as I said, they are lean. So the experiences, they have been negotiated basically within 1 year. This is because there is a template, a structure that is very clear and light, and there will be no, I mean, there is not much really to get stuck on in the negotiations, because it's very clear now. And one important part is that in this cooperation, both parties retain their sovereignty and remain in control of their national regulations that ultimately are relevant for the conduction of the activities. So the activities will be developed and registered in the respective national procedures. Now the second learning is that we are still in an ad hoc or in a prompt started mode, but there is a huge learning curve, a very steep learning curve, and I think this is exactly what we have to do. Despite of many regulations that are not yet in place and processes, national processes that may not yet be developed and put into force, already now it is very well possible to go ahead to do concrete decisions on what activities, what scope, and how to go about. And these initially ad hoc decisions in a regulatory context will inform and develop into a policy and a regulation. So this is really driving a lot. Likewise, the methodological development, Sergei alluded to that, the methodological development can be done on a much more specific basis, specific to the context of the sector, of the country, and including the NDC policies that the host country intends, and ensuring ensuring that both work well together. And very important as well, also the industry and the banking sector is learning about Article 6. This is very important. Now, probably one of a challenge or a learning is that we must not underestimate the amount of political work that is required. This is not about negotiating the bilateral agreement, but operationalizing what is and putting the cooperation into life. So we deal with a lot of cross-cutting issues under mitigation or in the context of climate change mitigation, and many multiple perspectives have to be integrated by a regulator: economy, politics, people, and nature. And this brings about the need of a political decision body that is able to integrate these perspectives and take on sound decisions that are supported by the country and by the political system. So establishing these new bodies require a lot of work and a lot of time. And this is very important to understand that we don't have time until 2030, because these activities, they need a lead time and they need a certain time to operate in order to get sufficient fundings through the mitigation outcomes, through monetizing on mitigation outcomes. Now, if you imagine an activity gets online only in 2028, there will remain only 2 years to monetize on these ITMOs, and this of course is not a very good business prospect. So I think those countries that really get going now they are able to seize the opportunities, and others will struggle most probably with the next phase. So in that sense, it's, in my view, a win-win-win situation. We have, at the one hand side, capacity that is dramatically raised through engaging under Article 6 that is also needed under, or can be needed or used or utilized under the managing the Paris Agreement matters in a country. And of course, there are several co-benefits related to the activities, clean energy, clean water, sanitized landfills, and so on. And not to forget, additionality also means fresh and additional direct investments into a country and taxes. And of course, last but not least, the ambition is raised through the ITMO transaction. So with these findings and interventions, I come to a close and give back to the panel and Sergi, and we will be at the COP. If you happen to be there, you'll find us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Misha. Very clear presentation. We do appreciate your involvement. Thank you very much. Seguimos con...
Now let us continue. If you agree with Natalie Flores, the Director of Climate Change for the Dominican Republic, if you could please explain to us or share with us your experiences looking at Article 6.2. I know that the government of the Dominican Republic has been looking at the possibility of establishing different projects with various bilateral agreements in accordance with the provisions in Article 6.2. Perhaps you could share with us, please, your experience and also reflect on how we might create examples or take examples from the Dominican Republic for application in Latin America. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. In the last two panels, I've spoken about our Forest Climate Fund, which is the closest thing that we have to a market, right, in the Dominican Republic. So if we want to take this a little further and look at the framework, in my previous presentation, I closed talking about the legal schema that we utilize in the Dominican Republic. As I said, we have a robust country when it comes to our institutional framework. Nonetheless, we still need to define this next step. And so, when it comes to the playbook for COP26, we need to, from the Dominican Republic, take a decisive next step. Let me say the following. I have been very positively surprised by the Colombian experience. I'm not saying that just because I'm here. Even when I worked at the Coalition for Rainforest Integration, we looked at the Colombian experience that you have here to replicate it in other developing countries. So that was my position. We didn't only focus on the Dominican Republic, but Red Record Plus, looking at the Forest Alliance at that time. In the Dominican Republic, we have two private sector companies, large private sector companies, looking at credits for clean development, which I already referred to earlier. In the Dominican Republic, the Clean Development Mechanism is part of our National Climate Change Council, which is our national designated authority. And the private sector is very aware of the use of this mechanism, and private sector companies are at another level. That's the level we'd like everyone to be at. And they've already been looking at different international mechanisms that they want to standardize for the rest of the world. We now need to do a handover of our NDC and look at the possible rulebook based on the Paris Agreement, looking at institutional arrangements that have been legally established in the Dominican Republic as an MRV mechanism. The new president of the Republic issued this 3 months after coming into power in order to harmonize how inventories are produced in the Dominican Republic, how they are processed, all the sectors, and how this enabling framework might enable us to enter into a market schema. When the rule book is approved, looking at ratification, etc., as I mentioned, we understand that the private sector in the Dominican Republic will be able to take this next step and put itself on the cutting edge in the private sector that have been at this level using other mechanisms that the convention itself establishes or provides for. So I think that I will stop there for the moment, and let's continue with additional questions. And if you would like me to contribute any more, I would be happy to do so. Okay, let us now continue with the Colombian case. We will hear from Adriana Gutierrez from the Climate Change Technical Group in Colombia. If you could please talk to us. Taking advantage of the fact that the majority of our attendees are from Colombia, what actions is the Colombian government implementing when it comes to looking at connecting the institutional sector, and how are you also looking at NDCs and aligning them with possible activities under Article 6.2? I know from experience that this is a very well designed or structured process that you work with here. So perhaps you could tell us a little bit about this internal process and where Colombia is headed when it comes to Article 6.2 markets. Here in Colombia, the first thing that I would like to highlight is that we follow the San Jose principles. These are basically the guidelines for the definition of what we are going to do or what we should work on as a country. Let me highlight the principle of no accounting, transparency and monitoring. And the last principle that I would like to talk about is that of carrying out corresponding adjustments to avoid double counting. And in this sense, we have been carrying out internal technical work to define the possible guidelines that we should work with. At the same time, we are very eagerly awaiting the upcoming COP26, because we will see the definition of important guidelines for transactions to be carried out, as well as the definition of what additionality is. And so basically this will be the signal for us to formulate projects. I would also like to highlight that we have been speaking or having bilateral conversations with interested entities who want to work on pilot projects for Article 6. And we have seen that it's very important to work on our NDCs. We have our director and our vice minister and minister have all highlighted this during the presentations. We can see several products that will be key for what we plan to carry out at the national level. And we have our abatement curves, implementation for measures, and also our carbon budget. I think I'll also stop here so that we are open for any other questions you might have. Thank you, Adriana, that's fantastic. Now let's cross the Atlantic Ocean and hear from El Haji Mbaya Diagne. He has extensive knowledge about how African countries are also aligning with Article 6.2 and how they are establishing everything at an institutional level, as well as how they are creating certain projects, especially in his home country of Senegal.
Attending, I know that you've been busy as well these days with moderating different meetings and panels. So if you can explain about your view in terms of different African countries, how they are aligning with the Article 6.2, and how you see that experience in Africa. How do you see this South-to-South cooperation that can help enormously both continents in order to achieve the Article 6.2 requirements?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me in this panel and to discuss Article 6 and mainly Article 6.2, because the Article 6 is the only article for which the rules, guidance, and modality and procedure are not adopted. They are still under negotiation. This is the only article of the Paris Agreement. And we hope that in Glasgow, we will succeed to achieve the discussions on and get a decision on that. When it comes now to the implementation and the position of the African group, and I have the chance to be the lead coordinator for the African group, as well as the G77 when it comes to the negotiation. The rules, the guidance are not adopted, and we have some very crunch issues that take a lot of efforts, a lot of resources to try to sort them out. And the negotiations are now for some issues, 3 of them, at the ministerial level, and they are conducting frequent ministerial consultation conducted by Singapore and Norway to try to find, before Glasgow, some bridging proposals and solutions on those cringe issues. But in the way to the adoption of the Article 6 rules, countries need to be well prepared, because we are not in the same situation than we were in the Kyoto Protocol, under which, as developing country, you just need to be interesting by some investment in your country, and to attract the investment coming from the developed countries in your country, and have some project that achieve emission reductions and also meet your sustainable development criteria. But you have no action in relation to that, because that can be done by the private sector, NGOs, local government, and so on. And the country itself have no responsibility just providing the letter of approval to ensure that the project meets its sustainable development goal. But now under Article 6, many things will change, because the country has an NDC. And under the NDC, we have a mitigation component, which is a commitment from the country. So if some stakeholders within the country, meaning private sector, NGOs, local government, wanted to conduct some mitigation activities and transfer internationally the mitigation outcomes, that will be an impact in your ability to achieve your own NDC. So there is a work to be done at a country level, and build this infrastructure to assess all mitigation outcomes aiming to be internationally transferred, to be assessed against the country's NDC, against the sustainable development based on the SDGs of the country, and also be in line with the long-term strategy of the country. You need to do all of that to ensure that if you approve a project, and that project will transfer international mitigation outcome that will not be negatively impact your ability as a country, first to meet your NDC, but also to achieve your long-term development strategy. And the second, because under Article 6.2, one important issue is that there will be a corresponding adjustment to avoid double counting, because you can't sell mitigation outcome, but at the same time, account those mitigation outcome against your NDC. They are sold, used by another party like Switzerland, presented by Misha. But by doing so, you will have to do the corresponding adjustment and deduct those mitigation outcomes that are solved internationally in your achievement domestically. So you need to do more efforts nationally to allow some other stakeholders within your country to do those transactions. So all of that need to be achieved. And to do so, you need to have a very strong infrastructure within the country to do this assessment, involving all the stakeholders, including private sector, NGOs, and all of that, to be very inclusive and transparent. Because at the end of the day, whatever happens, you need to report back. And you report back under the enhanced transparency framework in a format clearly defined and made all of that being public, to be known by people from your country as well as internationally. So we are in a totally, completely different world. And you need to have this very strong infrastructure within the country at the infrastructure level, but also build the capacity of people from the ministries as well as the other stakeholders to be able to effectively participate. It's why, as African, we are pushing under the Article 6, when adopting the rules, we at the same time need to adopt a very robust capacity building program. But when we talk about this capacity building program, we are not talking about just having workshops, meetings, and this. We want a real support to build the infrastructure and get within the country the ability to really participate and have this inclusiveness in the Article 6. That are the first thought I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mbaye. Very, very good. While you have the microphone, I just want to put just 3 questions to the ground. I know that you are negotiators to some extent to the COP26, so most of your responses will be negotiated in the future. But let me ask you that question directly, Mbaye. Do you consider, for instance, the cooperative approach under Article 6.2 a source to finance adaptation, for instance? Do you see that Article 6.2 to an extent can help finance mitigation, but also as a source for finance adaptation and even Agenda 2030?
Okay, thank you. Very important, because this question is at the heart of the current negotiation and is now brought at the political level and dealt by ministers. Because we have different positions. It is the only issue for which the G77, all developing countries, have the same position. I'm the coordinator as well as for the G77 when it comes to Article 6. It's the only issue for which all G77 have the same position. We consider that under Article 6.2, as for Article 6.4, we need to have an adaptation contribution. Because if parties decide to have these internationally transfer mitigation outcomes and do this transaction because it's the most cost-efficient way to address mitigation activities. And by doing so, you will have savings, and those savings need to be shared with the project proponent, but also with the adaptation, as well as increasing the mitigation ambition. And under the Article 6, the chapeau of Article 6, which is the Article 6.1, clearly states that we authorize this Article 6 with the objective to increase the ambition in both mitigation and adaptation. And the only way to do it for adaptation is providing more finance to allow the different vulnerable population to face the consequence of the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. La siguiente pregunta.
Thank you, Mr. Mbaye. Now, Adrian, I have a tricky question for you as well. Do you consider that the MDL objectives should be considered in the NDCs that go beyond 2020? Yes, this is a tricky question, I would agree. But it's not so difficult to reply to as well. I would like to highlight once again Article 6 and the part of it that states that it seeks to have ambition and also seek to protect the environment. That is what this article states. And we as Colombia, under the San Jose principles, we have committed to not measure units for the year 2020. And this is due to the fact that the commitment of the NDC is a commitment that goes from year 2020 up to year 2030. Therefore, it is not pertinent and neither responsible in terms of accounting to take into account these units that have already occurred and that are not entailed in the framework of national commitments. Thank you. And lastly, Natalie. How do you think that the baselines of the next Article 6 project should be established? Do you believe that those baselines should consider NDCs, NAMAs, both? How do you consider this alignment to be? Well, we have very little time, but I will answer related to what my colleague from Colombia just said. Well, the commitments of NDCs are very clear, and these are from year 2020 up to year 2030. I do understand that this depends on the context of each country, and depending on this, there are NAMAs that depending on MRV systems. And for example, the one that we are adopting as the presidential decree, with these we can try to have a robust system. However, commitments are corresponding to the time frame of 2020 onwards, and NDCs are very clear in this sense. It would be from 2020 to 2030. However, I think that up to a certain point, it will be circumstantial depending on the country, specifically due to the NAMAs, because these are a bit more flexible, because there are other credits, for example, MDML-related credits, but I do think that these can be synchronized depending on the context in the country that we're talking about, as long as the different voluntary schemes or non-voluntary schemes, synchronized ones at a national level, allow it to be in each of these countries. Thank you. Thank you. Well, these political matters that are relative to the negotiations of Article 6 and related to the funding on adaptation and to the developers of MBL projects, which are non-eligible credits in carbon markets that occur after 2020, and the ambition of the cooperation of Article 6 have certainly provoked recently this, let's say, paused pace regarding Article 6, and we hope that in the next month these are resolved in Glasgow. So I want to greet you all and thank you very much for attending this panel that we just had today. We are now 35 seconds away from ending, and I know that we have a soccer match in Colombia, so we must be very compliant to schedule because this is a priority. So I don't know if there is perhaps a question and an additional comment that anybody wants to share. Perhaps anybody from the audience, and if not, then we would conclude this panel. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Impresionante la precisión de Sergi como moderador.
It's impressive, Sergei's abilities as a moderator. He not only finished right on time, but he led a marvelous panel, absolutely interesting and useful. And regardless of the uncertainties and the doubts regarding this topic, I think this was a hopeful panel as well. And they certainly were now invited. There is an asterisk in the agenda. We also have a side event. It will be about carbon market exchange. It will be held here, and those people that want to attend this event can have lunch later, and lunch will be served for those attendees of this side event. And lunch today will be sponsored by Amazon Carbon, a PYC project from Red Plus in the Vichada region of Colombia. Therefore, we want to invite you to a very nice lunch. Thank you.
Bueno, vamos a dar inicio.
We will now, in just a few moments, begin our side event from the Carbon Market Exchange. So as Juan said, we would ask those of you who would like to join us for this event, this side event that is related to voluntary international markets, to stay here. Please do not worry about lunch. Lunch is available in the restaurant. So let's join our guests here from the United States for this important side event, and you will then have time to have lunch on the first floor in the cloisters. So I will now hand over for this side event. I would ask those of you who are going to leave the auditorium to please do so in silence so that we can start with our side event panelists. The microphones are right there.
Hi, my name is Ralph Carmichael. I'm the General Counsel and the CFO of Carbon Market Exchange. We originate projects, we fund projects, and we sell and buy and sell credits worldwide. We have projects right now and people working with us in over 80 countries. We have an inventory of over 300 million tons of carbon offset credits right now. And we are working to expand our markets and expand what we do. With us today is Sheena Fortner. She's our CEO and founder and visionary who has been able to put together a fantastic organization that will have the effect of not only expanding carbon markets, but also will have the effect of doing conservation worldwide. Our goal is to conserve about 30% of the forests on the planet at the moment. And also we have Javier. Javier is working with us right now. He's one of our technology officers, and he is working with us to expand our market using blockchain technology and using the blockchain type of structures to expand the buyers and expand access so that people can buy and sell credits across borders. today we have an hour of time. We'll go through a few slides. We'll have time for question and answers. I will be available afterwards. I apologize in advance. I'm going to scoot out a little early because I am also a professor at Michigan State University, and I teach my class, and it happens to be at the same time as this lecture. So one of the things that's very near and dear right now to what we're doing is the fact that what the UN General said a few weeks ago. He said, we've reached the tipping point. Basically, if we don't do something now, the planet has a problem. We can't look at this on a local basis. We have to look at it on a global basis. And we can't expect, as an industry, as an organization, as anything else, we can't expect, we have to work with the governments, but we can't expect that government regulation alone is going to solve these problems. They started regulating the environment in 1899. The law in the US and the law around the world started with UK law about nuisance. Since 1899, all of that regulation has put us in a position where we've reached the tipping point. If we don't do something about carbon and greenhouse gases, we have a real problem. We're seeing extreme weather. We're seeing forest fires on the west coast of the US. We're seeing hurricanes. We're seeing other extreme weather events around the world. That's all related. Right now, we have an issue, which is energy and transportation, which is a growing industry, is growing by about 50% and produce about 92% of the greenhouse gases. The Paris Accord created market-based mechanisms that we'll talk about that can offset and attempt to actually make the whole thing work a little more efficiently, and maybe the market can come up with some solutions to these problems. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sheena for a few minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sheena Fortner. I'm the CEO of Carbon Market Exchange. So what we would like to talk about now is the difference, obviously, between these allowance and the carbon offset system. I imagine everyone in this room knows the difference between the two. So the carbon offsets, what we as a corporation, a company, seem to establish is that we are looking at preserving 30% of the planet. Now, how are we capable of doing that? This is through offset projects. What we have seen, especially in the United States, is the RGGI and WCI. That is a cap and trade mechanism. WCI has currently allowed offsets to provide additional credits. Our concept, and something that we are proposing in legislation within the United States, is to have a carbon allowance system that is backed by carbon offsets. By combining and merging these two concepts, you take practical matters. So when you're telling companies that, yes, you can buy these allowances, an arbitrary number that's established by the governments, to say that we are going to reduce emissions. Yes, will that reduce emissions? Yes, over the longevity in the course of 10 to 15, 20 years. What we propose are those allowances established by governments are backed by actual projects. The projects that we have in over 80 countries are making substantial effects to LDCs, lesser developed regions. Problems that have systematically been produced by developed nations can now have a substantial effect on communities. We spoke with one organization this morning. The children in their village do not have clean water. By allowing carbon allowances to be backed by offsets, we can see that money from developed countries are actually infiltrating into LDCs across the globe.
we anticipate that the allowance and the offset markets will in fact start to come together a little bit. They have to. Allowances and offsets are two approaches, but be very clear about it. Allowances are a license to pollute. It is something where the government is saying, and carbon taxes are a license to pollute. They are saying you are allowed to pollute with no offsetting situation. Offsets, on the other hand, is a double entry system. For every ton that you're producing, we find an offset to offset that carbon. Right now, you're seeing that some of these things come together, but they're not coming together fast enough. They're not liquid enough, and it's not moving fast enough. From a point of view of the trading of these, and just as a background point of view, I was a partner with Bear Stearns in New York. I've traded everything that's not nailed down on this planet. I've traded futures, options, managed $6 billion. We have as a company, we are very well capitalized, and we are providing capital and money to these lesser developed areas, like Sheena said. We have newer ideas and concepts. We have a ton of operating experience. I approach this from a finance point of view. Sheena approaches this from an environmental point of view. She was a former environmental lawyer. She worked with numerous tribes in the U.S. and indigenous peoples in the U.S. and around the world. She has a significant amount of experience. One of the people who was supposed to be here unfortunately got ill, and he couldn't come. He grew up in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and we've seen what can happen. The industry is a new industry, carbon offsets and carbon-related financial instruments. The financial community is a little hesitant at the moment to get into this, even though a lot of them are, because there's not a lot of information out there. People don't understand them. They don't understand how to value them. They don't understand how to trade them. We are providing platforms to trade. We are providing places where you can buy, sell, retire, and do those things. But what it does is it gets money to those areas to develop those projects and to those people that desperately need it. We can do that with our industry knowledge across a broad base of industries. We do it with our strategic planning. We have extensive experience in both environmental and financial areas. And we'll be able to be successful and help you achieve your goals. Our job is to help you achieve your goals. One of the other things that's very prominent is a debate whether offset credits versus a carbon tax. Well, carbon tax again. There's no direct reduction in greenhouse gases. You can't quantify what's going to happen. If you impose a carbon tax, what you're going to do is allow companies to pollute. They will pass that tax. It's an excise tax. They'll pass it on to the consumer. The people who will have that burden are the people that can least afford it. You will raise prices. It's an inflationary pressure. And quite frankly, the government has been regulating this since 1899, and we have a major problem with the environment around the world. So as a result, the carbon tax is actually a license to pollute. Offsets, on the other hand, are directly tied to conservation. It is not a pay-to-play situation. It's a double entry system, just like accounting. You have debits and credits. You have offsets and emissions. Match the two. There are certain industries that can't stop emitting at the moment. We need to buy time until technology catches up with us. The best that I can tell you is the shipping industry. Unless we're going to go back to sail ships, where it's going to take 3, 4, 5 months to cross the Atlantic, if you need to ship goods around this planet, you're going to do it burning diesel. May not be the best solution, but it's the way it's done. By putting offsets there, at least we're offsetting that emission and making it more expensive to promote technological innovation. And it's directly tied to a reduction in greenhouse gases. And frankly, it doesn't matter what country we're from, we all live in different countries, we all pay taxes to various countries. When we throw the money in for taxes, do we actually see the results? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. So they don't really incentivize, taxes aren't going to incentivize people to change what they're doing. It's just going to be a pass-through. Offsets, on the other hand, show a direct reduction in greenhouse gases that we can quantify. Now, we need to, from a regulatory point of view, and one of the things that we're working on, and I'm one of the members of the advisors for the voluntary market scaling project that AIDA is doing, and we're trying to come up with a regulatory structure so that we can make voluntary carbon a bigger and more diverse and more liquid market. We're trying to figure out the way to eliminate the fraud that exists out there, and there's quite a bit of fraud out there right now. And we're working on that as we speak.
In addition, the carbon tax, we've actually found that several countries are wanting to utilize the carbon tax to make sure that those proceeds are returned to the country. We have a pilot project in Belize that I'll speak to later. So Belize has taken the understanding that the carbon belongs to the country. So Belize actually utilizes carbon as a mineral right, just as you would anything that is mined. Gold, uranium, anything that is taken from the soil. So the government of Belize has decided to utilize offsets. Now, how that they are able to receive financial stability for their country is they consider the carbon a mineral right. Every carbon offset that is taken from Belize, the government receives a % of that project, just as any mineral that is taken from that country. So as countries are deciding which to use or which is prevalent or which would be most effective, something to take into consideration for legislation, regulatory schemes, is that carbon can be considered a mineral right for financial incentives that obviously can benefit the citizens of each.
One of the questions that we get often, actually, is the market is called the voluntary market. Probably a misnomer today. May not be so voluntary. Today we're looking at a situation where, yeah, it's voluntary. You don't need to do anything. You can keep doing what you're doing. But the interesting part is that, like a lot of different things in the U.S., our legislature is pretty deadlocked. Our government, by design in a lot of ways, is deadlocked. And they can't get anything through. So what's happening is they're doing it through business means and through the regulatory structure. And they're starting to regulate things in a very strange but effective way. The SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission in the U.S., is now considering, and it's more than a consideration at this point, because when they do an enforcement task force, what that means is they're going to start fining companies for not recognizing environmental liability. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means it's either going to affect your balance sheet, you're going to add to your liabilities, or it's going to be an expense that's going to be run through your income statement. When you do that, it's going to hurt your earnings per share. Stocks and bonds trade based on those numbers, which means it is going to affect the market value of the company. When you go to a Fortune 500 CEO and tell them their share price is going to go down, you get their attention. The SEC is basically doing that in a back-ended way. They're saying you got to recognize this liability. Now, I'll give you just one example, and if anybody is from this company, I apologize in advance, but I'm from Michigan, and right down the road is General Motors. And General Motors runs a very, very efficient financial system. However, if you added the environmental liability to their books, you add a couple of $1 billion, it would make them not meet their debt covenants. They could potentially be looking at downgrades on their bonds. They could be looking at defaults on their bonds. They could be looking at bankruptcy again. So when you say it's voluntary, that's not really that voluntary. The banking agencies, the regulators that regulate the banks in the U.S., are also starting to make the banks reassess their loan portfolios and saying, you have to start reviewing your loan portfolios, and we're going to make you write it down, which means you cut their lending authority, you cut their ability to make money. We're going to make you write it down if they think there's an environmental risk. Now, that makes it not that voluntary. The other part of that's coming into play is the Financial Accounting Standards Board that sets standards for accounting. Funny enough, the standards that they're starting to set are not coming from the U.S., they're coming from the International Accounting Standards Board in the UK. And they're going to make companies recognize and report on their exposure. So when we use the term voluntary, keep in the back of your mind, it isn't that voluntary. You can keep doing what you're doing, but you do so at your own risk. And quite frankly, you jeopardize the long-term stability, financial stability of your company by not working on or trying to reduce your environmental exposure. As a result, we think you will see in the last about 12 to 18 months, you've seen almost 1,100 new companies announce in the U.S. that they want to become net zero by a certain date. Part of that is because their regulators are pressuring them. So this is no longer, while we continue to call it in the industry the voluntary market, it is not as voluntary as you think. You have to either follow this stuff or you could pay the price, and it could be very costly. Let me give you an example. You could cover it up. Volkswagen tried. They got hit with a $2.3 billion fine. That hurts. Hurts any company. They could have offset that for about $6-7 million. So from a financial point of view, it is in your financial best interest as an organization to use offsets as your mechanism to help you achieve your goals. Now, you also have market pressures in there where people are trying to push the prices up to make this more expensive, which again incentivizes companies financially to change their operations. So it's an interesting dynamic. It's an interesting new market. You want to talk about with respect to the drivers that are going on out there, basically in 2020 you had about 210 metric tons of carbon offset credits that traded. That represents 0.4% of the global emissions. To achieve the goals established by the Paris Accord, it would require 7.6 gigatons of carbon offsets. You have demand issues where the ambitious targets that we're setting are such that they're making companies come into this market. They're starting to buy this stuff. They're starting to use it. They're starting to push prices up. We've seen pricing pressure to the upside for the last 12 months. We're seeing a lot of market pressure. The dynamic in Europe right now is natural gas prices are interacting somehow with the carbon markets. I'd like to say that I'm enough of an expert to say I understand how that dynamic is working, but it's a new thing that's going on right now. The price of natural gas is going up, and it's making people offset more. It's an interesting dynamic. The IMF, International Monetary Fund, the UK and Canada are promoting minimum prices, floors. So the governments may actually intervene in the market and set floors. That is not unusual. That happens in commodity markets. It's happened for years. They may come in and set. They're talking about $100 a ton price. Now, Canada has a unique structure. And Trudeau established a situation where he wants a minimum of $130 a ton. And he's going to tax you if you don't pay $130 a ton. That went to the Supreme Court of Canada. It was upheld. Okay? So that's going on. They're promoting $100+ a ton. From personal experience, we have a contract with a large tech company. They set the prices that they purchased at. And their goal was $100 a ton as well. They want to get it to that price. They want to establish it. They want to make it expensive. The other thing you have to remember about these markets, and a dynamic that people don't necessarily understand, is if you want to look at allowances, allowances by design decline every year. That's the way cap and trade works. Offsets have to be tied to something on this planet. Most of the offsets are land use. As a result, there's a fixed amount of land that you can tie them to, and that amount is declining every year due to development and increase in our population. So the market drivers are pretty interesting. Basically, you have a fixed and declining supply, and you have demand that's increasing rapidly every year. So when you look at a supply and demand curve, you're going to see that prices should continue to rise for the near term being the next 5 to 10 years. From there, Sheena can talk a little bit about the natural world that we're in.
As Ralph had touched predominantly on natural solutions, obviously we know that several are looking at carbon removal and capture, that projected in the next 2 to 3 to 5 years. So as a company, we have tiered our projections. For the next 1 to 3 years, we're looking to preserve 30% of the planet. We're working in collaboration with NGOs worldwide. It's a very lofty goal. Everyone in this room, everyone who is watching, anyone involved in the voluntary offset market, we're not competing against each other. We're collaborating. We have a very lofty goal to meet the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Accord. For us, for individuals and humans on this planet to be able to survive past 2030 and 2050. It's quite dire. As everyone would like to sugarcoat the current environmental situation of our planet, 8% of the forest are cut down every year. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand, okay, over the next 5 years, we're getting close to half. Trees are the natural carbon intake offset mechanism. It's very simple. It's right in front of us. Usually the most complex problems have the most simplistic answers. I believe it's 43,000 hectares of forest are cut down daily. 43,000 hectares. So why? Where are these trees going? Interesting enough, the EU and other developing countries have came up with the ideology that there is a sustainable energy source. Trees. Biomass. How that is sustainable, maybe. Can you cut down a 100-year-old tree and replace it with a sapling? Not really, no. So how, as an environmental coalition, that we have agreed that biomass is green? I don't agree. Biomass is far from green. Cutting down 43,000 hectares for the majority of that, at least a significant percent of that amount going for green energy, predominantly in developing countries. We're currently working on a project here in Latin America, improved forest management project that was proposed to us by a country. That project on paper looks really good. It's called a removal project. It's removing carbon from the atmosphere. So I asked this country representative to explain it to me. And they're logging. So instead of the logging road being 20 meters wide, it's now 10 meters wide. And that's a carbon removal project. So we actually went to a market participant, one of the largest tech industries in the US, and we asked, what type of projects would you like to see? They would like to see removals. It looks really good on paper. Carbon removal. So instead of this giant tech company wanting to preserve 1.5 million hectares that we're holding in perpetuity forever, they prefer to have a logging road instead of 20 meters. Now it's 10. So it's a major concern as we're moving forward with regulation and legislation within the industry. It looks good on paper. How is it going to be in 5 to 10 years? It's a growing concern. Agriculture and nitrogen fertilizers, habitat, the majority, if not all of our projects are CCB. We believe in combining communities, collaborating with communities, vertically integrating communities, complete transparency from beginning of the project to the end. And this is how we would like to foresee the market to continue to grow. Even though it looks good on paper, what does it actually mean in application?
Those market drivers we were talking about before, it's not just us saying it, Forbes is saying it, Forbes magazine. They say the total volume of offsets on the planet, they're saying that the total volume of offsets that the planet can provide is not high enough to offset our current growth of emissions. That's going on. The logging projects that we're seeing, the clear cutting of forests, it's a very dangerous trend. The human species stopped burning wood 300 years ago for heat, for a reason. The reason was it wasn't efficient. And if you think this is new, it's not. Part of the reason the revolution occurred in the US, and part of the reason why the UK was in a position that they needed the colonies was for logs and lumber, because they had cut down every tree on their island. They had no access to wood to build houses. They had no access to wood to heat their houses. This is not new. It's old. However, today, with the growth of population and clear cutting of forests, you're slashing and burning, which is even worse. On the voluntary market, about $120 million in 2017, 122 million. Today, it's about 120 billion. That number is probably a little low. That was a stat that I found, and quite frankly, the market last year was about 272 billion total. Most of that's the EU ETS system. Okay, most of that is allowances traded in the EU, okay, which is leading the world right now in these areas. And they're pushing. Now again, when I was talking about voluntary, the other thing that's a market dynamic is if you land goods in the EU and you don't meet their standards, you don't get your goods into the EU anymore. They're forcing companies to change. I think that is part of the dynamic that made China start to think about this. That and the fact that any of you have been to some of the cities in China, it's like Athens was, 30 years ago. Your eyes burn from the pollution. Right now, S&P, Standard & Poor's, expects the market to grow by 20% a year. And they said, this is funny, they said that it's going to grow to 272 billion within the next 5 years. It hit that last year. Hit that this year in 2021. That's a 5-fold increase. I think you're going to see this continue. I think you're going to see this trend continue based on what we're talking about. And part of what we're doing as a company, we're trying to promote ethics within the industry. We want to look at the overall project. We want to know that we're helping communities, promoting biodiversity. We have a lot of statistics that we could provide on how many species go extinct every day. Most of those are plants. People are like, well, who cares? You know? Most pharmaceutical products and most medical products are derived from natural sources. So when that plant goes extinct, you might be getting rid of the cure for cancer or any other of a number of diseases. Funny enough, the knowledge of the indigenous people is being lost every year because we're not promoting those communities. And they use various different medicinal ointments and teas and things like that that have efficacy that have never been studied. So biodiversity is very important for our long-term stability as a species. I love the term. All over the industry you hear save the planet. Well, the planet will be fine. Venus is a perfectly good planet. You just can't live on it, right? So we have a planet right now. The planet's going to be okay. It's the human species that has a problem, and how we interact and how we act within the natural environment. Risk. Sheena just brought up a very important subject, which is risk mitigation. A lot of companies right now are looking at that. One of the reasons why we have a leg up on our competitors is we have a very advanced risk management program. The industry today does not have good risk management. The way they do it is you reserve a percentage of your credits from a particular project. Well, what if your project was in Sequoia and it just burned down? Well, those credits are no good. Risk has to be assessed the way the insurance industry does it, the way the financial services industry does it. You have to diversify your portfolios across projects, across geographies, across this planet, because natural disasters are occurring at a very high rate. And your offsets could go from being great to zero very quickly. So not only do you need financial backing, which is what we've put in place to back the projects, but you also need to diversify across projects, across geographies, across types of projects in order to have the ability to provide offsets to larger companies. So it's an interesting dynamic. Risk is something that when I first started looking at it in this industry and I started reviewing it, I said they're doing it wrong. They're putting all their risk in, it's what we would call in finance, we call concentration risk. It's the risk that you put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak. So just reserving credits against a project doesn't mitigate your risk if the project goes bad. So it is definitely an interesting dynamic, and it's one that we should look at and one that we should understand and we should all address in a different manner.
I'll also touch on, we're looking at scaling a credible voluntary market. I'm sure everyone in this room would agree. So the regulation and uniformity is needed. Greenwashing. All of these companies who have came out and said we will be net zero, carbon neutral, there's liability. Companies cannot come out and make claims that they cannot back. Legally, they will be responsible. There are greenwashing cases that have and will be launched. In addition, of course, everyone talks about additionality. That is one issue in the voluntary carbon market, allowances, avoidance versus removals. Additionality. I had someone ask me, we only want projects that provide proof of additionality, so we will only accept removals. Once again, that sounds good on paper. So for that particular project, it was proposed that they were going to log 1 million hectares. Clear cut, 1 million hectares. Once again, the logging road. So they're saying that if we minimize the logging road, that would provide for additionality. Yes, those trees are currently standing today. If a particular Asian country who's buying hectares for less than I paid for a latte, they have access to these forests. That forest that is standing today may not be standing tomorrow. The definition of additionality, although good on paper, needs to be taken into account. These forests that are currently standing still have the potential of being destroyed. We're speaking with national parks in the US. A lot of individuals have the foresight and understanding that these parks are protected. That's not necessarily true. I'm sure even in Colombia, there's illegal logging. Individuals who are coming in and taking trees and plants without necessarily within protected areas. The context of additionality needs to be expanded upon. And the understanding that, yes, a tree is standing today, but it could be gone tomorrow. One of our first pilot projects, I lived in Belize 15 years ago. Belize is a great example. Belize, as I said earlier, they are able to consider their carbon as a mineral right. This particular project, we have government involvement from the very beginning. We are working with local NGOs, collaborations. That particular landmass is held in perpetuity. The durability of that project will go beyond the 20 or 30 years. There's another project in Belize, it's not ours. It's a 30-year project. For the first 10 years, they're sequestering carbon. For the next 20 years, they're sustainably logging. At some point within this market, we do have to take into the context of durability. The majority of our projects, we are pushing for those to be held in perpetuity. If we preserve the land for 10 years and take the carbon, even worse, I've seen projects to take the carbon and then the next year they log, clear cut, the entire area that was just protected. Within the voluntary carbon market, there has to be transparency, durability. If a project is going to do that, I think there just needs to be enough forthright and fortitude to explain what is actually happening. And a variance of carbon offsets. Not every carbon offset is created equally. We're looking to expand the market. As Ralph was saying earlier, there is a growing demand. However, for most of the demand, it's a very limited sector. For example, in the allowance market in the US, it's only for fossil fuel power plants. We need to expand the market. How can we expand the market? We'd like to introduce Javier. He's our technology officer. He was just in Dubai last week, and he's going to explain blockchain in relation to offsets.
I'm going to sign off for a minute. I'm sure Sheena and Javier can continue, but like I said earlier, I apologize in advance. I'll be available in about 40 minutes. I have to go teach a class at Michigan State University. So I appreciate your time and look forward to talking to you.
Go ahead. You have 10 minutes. Yes.
Hola. Bueno, hagámoslo en...
Hello, well, let's do this in Spanish. We will quickly explain what is the strategy, the growth strategy, or how we are contemplating to expand this further. Carbon Market Exchange considers as a solution the integration to blockchain. But first, let's explain for a bit what is blockchain. Perhaps most of you has listened to the term blockchain before. And more than being a platform where we can exchange currencies and tokens, this is an infrastructure in itself that allows to add on different applications and develop platforms, additional ones. However, what's most important about this platform? Well, this serves as an accounting book that can record each transaction done within the network. To give an example, and let's say that I'm going to transfer, or I'm going to wire a certain amount of money to Sheena. There is a transaction that will never be modifiable or erased. Opposing to the bank, you can see a whole record. In this system, there is no register or record of this, which is an enemy to transparency, of course. Transparency is quite important in this topic because we're seeking to work with land ecosystems, and therefore fraud and what we're doing is absolutely contradictory in itself. All right, so I've heard or I've met with people in this summit, and I've seen one problem: globalization. A carbon asset cannot be transferred, right? However, what if we develop a platform through which people can transfer their carbon credits from one side to the other? One of the enemies for globalization are regulations and laws that each country has. Obviously, depending on how these are verified, this may be or not be tradable. However, there is a great limitation. Likewise, for certain startups and new entrepreneurship projects, there is a huge competition in the market for them to sell their carbon assets and long processes to be able to do this. There's very little demand and a great offer of these, and therefore these are not tradable. Well, we, by using blockchain, see that there's a solution. Firstly, we can expand the market, make it more accessible to everyone, that any individual, such as you or I, can possess a carbon asset. This can be done through the blockchain. Basically, Carbon Market Exchange is being a pioneer in exploring the solution of integrating the carbon assets market to the blockchain. And crypto investors, which are people that are willing to invest in projects that they deem sustainable, as for now no one has implemented this solution. The carbon credits market is $1 trillion market, and they're not integrated into blockchain. Now they're seeing or contemplating other options, but the fact of us being pioneers basically gives us an advantage in the market. No one is exploring these solutions because no one is currently so interested in them. So basically, with carbon assets, we want to motivate people to possess them. How can we do this? Well, basically, due to the fact that a carbon asset cannot be transferable and that it can't just be used for anything else, and only to sell them in a market, I want to mention something that is called NFTs, non-fungible token. This is a digital asset that is unique. For example, we have the fungible tokens, which is a token that is used to measure, and it can be replaced by any other token. Just as you have a cent of a dollar, you can have another cent of dollar. These are fungible. These can be replaced. But if you have a digital asset that is unique and that describes the property that you have of an asset, such as land or a carbon asset, a song, an art piece, anything can be an NFT as long as it is an asset, as long as it can be possessed. So NFTs can be tradable from one person to the other by using an application, and NFTs can be sold in a marketplace and in a platform. So how do we pretend to stimulate people to use NFTs by developing decentralized platforms that can allow people to basically place their NFTs in this platform, create a certain profitability, and they could sell these from one person to the other. They could also use these to request a loan. Just the case of seeking utilities will incentivize or motivate more people to adopt these or use them. And basically, this is like building a new and comprehensive financial ecosystem. We think that this is the key to motivate people to use more NFTs. Basically, a carbon credit represented as an NFT, and a benefit would be, for example, if day by day more people, just like you and I, have an NFT in their wallets, companies will be asking themselves, where are the carbon assets? Well, basically in wallets of individuals, just as you and I. And with time, carbon assets can also become more unique. Let's imagine, or let's dream, the fact that carbon assets makes them more unique and difficult to find basically increases their price.
It was just nice to say thank you. Thank you for taking time out of your lunch. If anyone has any questions, we do have a table. Carbon Market Exchange is able to help NGOs and individual projects provide initial infrastructure and funding and market access. We thank you once again for your time and appreciate the opportunity to present here in Colombia. Thank you.
Invitamos a todas las personas que se encuentran en el centro de
We'd like to invite everyone who's at the convention center to please enter this auditorium so that we can start our second block of the day in this climate summit.
Where is Karina?
Invitamos a Karina Barrera para que se
We want to invite, please, Karina Barrera to join us at the stage.
Bienvenidos
All right, welcome back. We'd like to please invite you to take your seats so that we can start with the first panel in the afternoon session. We want to reiterate our thanks to our lunch sponsors, and we want to gladly record all the very positive feedback on the side event we had also at the lunch break. So we also want to applaud the very good side event that we had in the same auditorium. So it's a pleasure to start this next panel on the global perspectives of carbon markets, Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement, additionality, permanence, and environmental integrity, safeguarding, and nesting. Our moderator will be Mbaye, our friend from Senegal, whom we also think it has been very, very enriching to learn about you and also to listen to the very good interventions you've made in the panel. So thank you very much,
Thank you. Thank you, Juan, and good afternoon, dear friends. We are here today to talk about Article 6.4. Let me take off my mask. As said by Juan, my name is Alajumbai Jain, and I'm moderating this panel. And as I said in the morning, for people who are not here, I have a consultancy firm, but I support the government of Senegal in the UNFCCC negotiation, as well as the African group of negotiators under the UNFCCC on carbon market. And I represent the African group in the CDM-EB. Last year I chaired this CDM executive board, and now I'm still in this board as a chair of the methodology panel. And I also coordinate Article 6 for the G77 in China. And it's my pleasure today to be with you and to share our experience and have your views on the ongoing negotiation on Article 6, because we need to hear from people that are on the ground, that face the different projects, the different reality to know what they want, so we can table those issues and those concerns in the negotiation table and try to push for that. And thank you for being here. Now I'm here with some friends to moderate the panel. And I will like to reiterate our gratitude for this invitation at this summit and the very welcome we had. I also want to thank you, the panelists, for agreeing to join us and to give their views and experience about Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and more especially on the perspective of carbon market under the 6.4 mechanism. Because under the Paris Agreement, as if you go through this agreement, you will never see market. There is no mention of market mechanism. We are talking about cooperation in the implementation of the nationally determined contribution of different countries, involving the international transfer of mitigation outcome. It's a nice way just to say this cooperation and all of that, but it's about market. But what we need to know, when we talk about market or non-market-based mechanisms, the main objective under the Paris Agreement is first to have the cooperation to achieve the objective of the Paris Agreement itself through the achievement of the target of the different NDCs. So we have this cooperation to achieve the target of the NDCs, and by the way, achieve the objective of the Paris Agreement, which is 2 or 1.5 degrees at the end of the century, just to limit the increase of the temperature at that limit. The mechanism we are talking today, its name is the Mechanism for Mitigation and Sustainable Development. And that is very explicit. We clearly state the issue of the sustainable development under this mechanism. We call it, in short, 6.4 mechanism, or some others just say the mechanism under the Article 6, but the full name of this mechanism is the Mechanism for Mitigation and Sustainable Development. And it is a like CDM mechanism, but with more actions in relation to the sustainable development issue. It has a lot of similitude with the CDM, but there are also some very important differences, because under the Paris Agreement, everyone has an NDC. And we need to learn from the KP mechanisms and all the shortfalls we had and the important criticism we had under the KP. We need to try to improve this mechanism and address those issues. And we need a mechanism that allows a better regional repartition also. We have seen that the CDM was concentrated in 4 main big countries, emerging countries. In this one, we need to address the sustainable development issue. So we need small countries, small islands, LDCs, and different other countries to be involved and effectively participate in this one, because the mechanism was set up for them. We also need to bear in mind that this mechanism, the objective of the whole Paris Agreement, including the 6.4 mechanism, is to allow for higher ambition, because we will have the involvement of many actors, diverse actors within the country, not only for the private sector, but also the small communities, the women associations, youth, the local governments, and all of that need to be well prepared to participate effectively in this one and meet their sustainable development objectives. It's why we are supportive of having a very robust capacity building program, building a very strong infrastructure to ensure the environmental integrity, ensure that there is no double counting, ensure the quality of the units, ensure the sustainable development issue within that mechanism. And for that, we are pushing for Article 6 decision to include this capacity building program, to build the infrastructure as well as supporting the human resource within the country and be very diverse in all stakeholders. I have today some friends. I have first Alex Sayer, Director of Climate Change of Colombia. Welcome, Alex. I have Juan Pedro in virtual. I also have Angelo Sartori, which will intervene in virtual. I have Karina and my friend Usman Falsar, the coordinator of the West African Carbon Market and Climate Finance. Just to recall that Juan Pedro Sarle is the Director of Climate Change, Ministry of Energy, and Karina is Undersecretary of Climate of Ecuador, and Angelo Sartori is the Regional Director of Vera. So we will talk also about the voluntary carbon market with Vera. So now I'll give the floor. Maybe we can start with colleagues that are in line, not to miss them, before coming with our colleagues who are in person. So I'll give the floor to Juan Pedro, just to give us your view on what do you think about the Article 6.4 in its capacity to raise the ambition, because one of the goals of the Article 6 is to increase the ambition for both mitigation and adaptation. Can you tell us a bit about the ability of this mechanism to meet this objective? You have the floor, Pedro.
Thank you, and I'm going to speak in Spanish.
Yes. we are always together.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mbaya, and thank you very much to the organizer. I think this is a great topic. Mbaya, I would like to first echo what you've just mentioned, that the Paris Accord is not mentioning at all in any parts markets, and then Article 6 is at a great extent about market and is a very important article about market. So I would like to be emphatic about the cooperation aspect of Article 6. Cooperation is absolutely fundamental to reach the Paris Accord goals. Of course, the market cannot only be the only mechanism to be able to reach those goals and increase ambition. This must be within a set of measures or of policies regarding climate change. And at Article 6.4, I think that there is great similarity with the CDM, but there are also differences. So I believe that to the extent that NDCs are going to be more economy-wide, although some say that this is not clearly defined. So to the extent that there are more economy-wide, Article 6.4 can make a great difference in comparison to what the MDL made. Basically, due to the difference that there is between two different mechanisms. In prior times, countries did not have commitments, and nowadays they do. So we could perhaps separate, because Article 6.4 could be used, certainly, to comply with the NDCs or for other purposes. For example, if the country wants to use Article 6.4 to comply with their NDC, obviously, they need to make the corresponding adjustments. This concept is well defined, however, we need to apply it, and this could have a direct implication or impact in the NDC's compliance. If there are, on the other hand, activities that are external to the NDCs, and that perhaps I am just assuming that there is not a requirement at the first minute or at the first moment, perhaps they don't generate an impact on the NDC. But what is most important to consider is that this action in a non-regulated environment under NDCs will most probably create a change in how those activities operate, and therefore you may be able to start introducing this mitigation factor in sectors that are not regulated by the NDC. What is most important overall is that we can come closer to the fact for all of us to have NDCs economy-wide. That would be my first reaction to this question. Cooperation, hopefully economy-wide NDCs, and if not, then I am absolutely convinced that these instruments can create a change of mindsets in those sectors or projects that are not under the NDC currently, and that in the near future they can be. And even so, in sectors where it's actually difficult to combat these emissions.
Thank you, Juan, and thank you for your very comprehensive development. And I totally agree with you when you say that the aim of the Paris Agreement is to move forward an economy-wide for all countries. At this point, only developed countries are obliged to have an economy-wide NDC. For developing countries, you have the choice to have different type of NDC, including sectorial ones, including intensity ones, including some policy and measures for LDCs and SIDs. So we have a very large panel of type of NDC for developing country. But it is clearly stated in the Paris Agreement that the objective is to move forward an economy-wide. So all action done within the market mechanism need to bear in mind that the final objective is to lead towards this economy-wide that can be the best situation to achieve the objective at the end of this century. So for this, he is right. Some sectors can be outside, but even if they are outside, we need to find some safeguards to ensure that in the second round, those sectors that were outside the NDC in the first submission be integrated within the subsequent NDCs, and the market with the MRV he provides can lead to that situation. That is very important to take that on board. And thank you for raising that issue. Now I give the floor to Angelo, who is from Vera, and can talk a bit about the main difference he sees between the 6.4 mechanism and the independent standards. What's your view in light of what's going on? Because we don't have the rules, but we already have some draft. We have the main design of the 6.4. There are still some issues we continue to negotiate, but based on what's going on, what's your general view on that? Angelo, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias por la moderación.
Thank you very much for this moderation. I will speak in Spanish as my co-national, Juan. I hope that you are listening to me okay. I think that my first intervention, this is the first intervention, my first intervention with an on-site event that is a hybrid event. So thank you very much to the coordinators, and thank you for letting participate Vera. We lead the NDC program that under the regulation of voluntary markets is widely used for the generation of carbon credits. There are 5 types of projects. And I want to focus on this topic specifically and the synergies that there may well be between what is being discussed in the environment or in the context of Article 6 and the different market dynamics as of the Paris Agreement. I think there are several topics that make sense under this scope or topic. The first thing, or the first element, is I'd like to mention that there is always a reduction or an elimination of carbon that is represented in a carbon credit, and this must be equivalent, be it in the voluntary market as well as in the environment of compliance market that Article 6 supports, and also compliance of private markets, such as CORSA, and mechanisms of domestic markets. I always try to explain to people that are just entering this sector of the carbon market that instead of talking about a singular market, we need to talk about it in a plural form. There are several nuances, and here we are entering into one of the most important and most discussed topics since the year 2015 when the Paris Agreement or Accord was agreed on. And we must base ourselves from the following premise, that a carbon credit is a carbon credit in any type of nuanced market that exists to basically support both financially and environmentally the system. We cannot have different requirements for one or for the other. Now, several procedure components that are different are added to, for example, the logic of a voluntary market, and that most probably a lot of units will require this under Article 6, the famous corresponding adjustments that have another implication with another subject that has been widely spoken about, which are NDCs of each country, and how rules are established of Article 6 will be absolutely fundamental to the corresponding decisions. To clarify this to investors, to project developers, to final buyers, and to governments, what units must be added and what units must be discounted in terms of the transactions that are being carried out, be it in a voluntary context or in the context of Article 6. So here we have a differentiating element that is absolutely key in this direction with the corresponding adjustments topic. Now, on the other side, on the other hand, in the voluntary market, those that have evidence that this works, and I know that there is an important lesson learned, these parties have been aware that there is a big role of the private sector because the transactions occur between private parties. So what's most important here that would incorporate whatever is agreed under Article 6 has to do with a regulation that should come from the hosting country government, where a carbon credit is being created, and that hosting country could be part of the sector or could participate in the sector where that carbon credit will end up in. So at a governmental level and at a private sector level, we know very well how to avoid certain bureaucracies or attitudes that perhaps can unmotivate or make it more complex to have a carbon market mechanism or interaction. And I think there is a huge challenge that may happen in the framework of Article number 6 and the carbon market, which is to provide certainty so that everything that is written strictly on paper can mobilize investments that can help us achieve the goals set by the NDCs of each country. Thank you.
Thank you for this very clear view on what needs to be done and how the voluntary market may be different from the 6.4 mechanism. Bearing in mind that whether there are some differences between the different standards and between the standards and the 6.4 mechanism, as I said, we need in the 6.4 to make all the improvements that were highlighted and found under the CDM, as well as in some independent standards. We need to bring all those improvements in the new 6.4 mechanism. But we also need to bear in mind that the 6.4 mechanism is a mechanism that registers programs, and we want now to expand that to policies and measures and scope, sectorial scope. We want to have a very large scope within 6.4. We also need to bear in mind that this mechanism register projects, validate projects, verify generation of units, and issue units. That is the objective of 6.4 mechanism. The main difference from the CDM, this mechanism will not move forward to the transfer itself. When it comes to transfer, you'll go to 6.2 mechanism. It's under this mechanism that units coming from 6.4 will be forwarded and follow the rules and guidance that are defined under 6.2. But coming on 6.2, that those units coming from 6.4 mechanism, which is under a centralized supervision of the UNFCCC, will find some other units coming from the standards, from VERA, from gold standard, from the JCM, the Japanese, from the bilateral operations. So you'll have different units that can be exported internationally. So the same robustness, the same stringency we have under the 6.4 units need to be applied in all the other standards to be allowed to do this transaction to ensure the environmental integrity of the transaction when it comes to 6.2. That is very important, and the standards need to be prepared to reinforce their integrity and all of that to ensure the quality of the different units. Thank you again. Now I'll move to our next, Alex. We have talked a lot with Juan, with Angelo, about the different differences. We have talked about the contribution to the ambition. But also, there is the issue of double counting that we need to avoid, because it is clearly stated under the 6.4 mechanism that the units can't be used by two different parties to meet their NDCs. We have also the issue of the differences we talk about. As representative of a country, you are following the negotiation with your team. What are the main issues you think, in the ones I have already highlighted, you need to share with the colleagues that are here?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We are talking about Article 6.4, which has already been mentioned on several occasions and which seeks in one way or another to build on the MDL mechanism, or the CDM, Clean Development Mechanism. And so we're looking at the connection between 6.2 and 6.4. And so we have to look at the intermediation carried out by the UN and also the collegial body that is evaluating these projects. And in this sense, I would like to first mention that we believe this is a mechanism that would help to improve countries' ambitions, but of course, with the necessary corresponding adjustments. With this adjustment, where we can create the conditions necessary to become a hosting country, we could also find buying countries. And in doing so, avoid double counting and ensure integrity. And I think that we can make this corresponding adjustment, ensuring additionality, which is needed for these credits to go beyond the stipulated ambitions in the NDCs. Now, there's another key aspect to be addressed here, which is defining what additionality is. And we're looking at how to define additionality, because depending on how we define additionality, we will be able to not only include what is in NDCs, but also programs, projects, policies, and we need to look at these improvements to our ambitions. When it comes to preventing double counting, let me ratify that we must make the necessary adjustments in all operations. There's a very important concept here, which is the use of CO2 units as a central unit. Because we know that there are many NDCs that use units as looking at kilowatt hours or looking at heads of cattle, and what would be preferable would be to have one centralized measurement unit, and all of these stipulated points in the NDCs could also be translated into measurement units. And that would be important for the transactions between selling and buying countries. Another thing, to wrap up, is that the reporting tables that mention what these reductions should look like should also be standardized tables. And so, in the long term, we can look at what is being used within the framework of the transparency chapter. And so these tables are currently expressed in CO2. We need that to stay in place, and we need that to be useful and adoptable for Article 6.4.
Thank you, Alex, for this very large and very comprehensive presentation you had. Now I move to Karina before coming to Usman. Karina, I know that in Ecuador you are not a lot in favor of 6.4, but it's a mechanism that can lead to ambition. But at the same time, as you all know, we have a 6.8 mechanism for non-market-based that can lead to higher ambition in mitigation and adaptation, as well as reinforcing the coordination between the different instruments within the UNFCCC, finance and adaptation, technology and finance, technology and adaptation and mitigation, all those instruments that are already existing within the UNFCCC, we need to identify the gaps and try to fill them with the 6.4 mechanism, 6.8 mechanism, as well as providing concrete actions on the ground that lead to better adaptation measures and mitigation. What do you think will be, in your view, the main difference we will have between the 6.4 mechanism as well as 6.2 that are market-based mechanism and the 6.8, while they have the same objective to increase the global ambition in adaptation and mitigation?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. As developing countries, we face an enormous challenge when it comes to financing our NDCs. As we commented this morning, Ecuador has a goal of 22.8%, and we have to find $2 billion. If we speak only of the USCUS, or the land use change project that we have, that's an enormous part of our goal. When we talk about non-market-based mechanisms, we have to look at results-based payment. This is a non-market mechanism which feeds into and gives real inputs to our NDCs. In the case of Ecuador, an enormous part of our ambition is based on results-based payment. And all of these red más mechanisms, the importance is looking at the application of this mechanism, but it's about ownership. All of the efforts made to finance these mechanisms do not need to be delivered to another country. Is that clear? It's for our own country and our own ambitions. In the specific case of Ecuador, we are currently working on an offset mechanism which will be an alternative to the market mechanism. It has the same characteristics, but it is a retribution system, which is to say, we have a country where a company can make retributions for its carbon footprint through an initiative, project, or offsets. And we have already established this with a mitigation potential, but this needs to be verified by an independent third party. But it does have all the necessary steps. But who is the owner of emissions? It's my country. And so the ambition is to fulfill our NDC. These are different mechanisms and different approaches, but we need to think about results-based payments in our countries. These are really the basis of fulfilling our ambitions.
Thank you. And you'll see, even if we are talking about non-market-based, the 6.4 mechanism can be used to certify the units, to ensure that the units are real. They will not go through the market, but can go through the result-based finance and be under 6.8. Because the Article 6.4 is like Vera, like gold standard. It's a certification system. The transaction itself will occur in 6.2. And I will come back to Juan on that after Usman to explain us, because he have already raised the issue. Since you have certified a project and units, you issue units under 6.4. The usage can be completely different. You can use it to meet your NDC through a tax, for example, within your country. You can use them for voluntary cancellation. You can use them for international transfer. Is it normal to talk about corresponding adjustment under Article 6.4, where you don't know what will be the usage of these units? You certify the units under Article 6.4. After that, if you use them for your own NDC, we need those units to be subject to corresponding adjustment. If you cancel those units because a company buys them for voluntary cancellation, do you need to do this corresponding adjustment? Or do you need only to do the corresponding adjustment if those units are internationally transferred and used by someone else to meet its NDC? Because the principle of corresponding adjustment came in our discussion when we are talking about double counting. So I will come back to Juan to better explain, but before that, I move to Usman, who will talk a bit about the host country's role. Under the Paris Agreement, the host country's role will be completely different than one we had under the KP. Can you elaborate a bit more, Usman, about what is needed in the host country to effectively participate in the 6.4 mechanism as well as in the 6.2? Thank you, Usman.
Thank you, Mbai. And I think that the debate is already set. From your different intervention, you have already heard about many issues, the avoidance of double counting, corresponding adjustment, environmental integrity, and so on. So a lot of issues that are really new. That's why you are telling that we are in a new era that is different from CDM. In the CDM era, you just need to have a letter of approval from the DNA, you start developing your project, and you can easily go to the market and sell your carbon credits. Now, it's a completely different situation, as you mentioned. Mitigation outcome has become national assets because the country committed himself to reduce emission and to fix some targets. We need to have a clear accountability of all this emission reduction of and the mitigation outcomes. So it means that the host country need to be ready to engage on Article 6. From our experience in West Africa, because I'm the coordinator of the West African Alliance on Carbon Markets and Climate Finance, we undertook a kind of assessment of the level of readiness of our 16 countries. And from this process, we've noticed that most of our countries have several gaps. They are not ready to deal with this operationalization of Article 6. And we identify some key pillars where each country needs to be ready in order to engage on Article 6. The first one is the Article 6 strategy. In the country, you should have a real strategy to engage on Article 6 mechanism, whether it is 6.4 or 6.2, because you need to have a clear picture of all activities. You need to have a clear picture of all sectors involved in the NDC. And prior to this, you need to declare in your NDC that you will use markets in the implementation of your NDC. This is a prerequisite that you need to clearly state in your NDC. So having this kind of policy, this kind of strategy at a national level is key, before engaging on Article 6. The second issue is capacity building and awareness raising. You need to inform all key stakeholders that things have changed. We are not in the CDM system, we are in a new system, so we need to be well prepared. For example, you see in my country, an operator who is an IPP, who have developed a power plant, solar power plant, and who is aiming to sell credits to the voluntary markets, without knowing that now he needs to comply with the rule. He needs to have an authorization from the government before starting to sell electricity. So this kind of consultation, this kind of dialogue need to be set at a national level. So capacity building, awareness raising is something very important. In terms of legal and regulatory framework in the country, as I mentioned earlier, you need to have a framework in the country, in the host country, to explain to all actors what are the procedures if you want to develop a project. What are the steps that you should take in order to be authorized to go for this project? So all these issues need to be in place in the country. There is another pillar relative to the technologies that you need to use when it comes to implement projects. What are in terms of performance, the best available technologies? I'm not going to go into the additionality debate, but this needs to be addressed at a country level. And the fifth pillar is the infrastructure that you should have in your country. You need to have a registry where all activities can be tracked at a country level, whether it is coming from a government agency, project or program, whether it is coming from an NGO or local administration. We need to have a national registry to be able to track all these activities and this unit that can be generated at a national level. And last but not least, the governance system that you have to put in place, because the government needs to oversee all these activities And in the future, if you have to go for transaction, the government need to have a clear overseeing of all this activity. So these are the main pillars that we think that should be taken into consideration at a host country level if you want to go for Article 6.4 or 6.2. Thank you.
Thank you, Usman. It's very clear. We can't continue as we did under the CDM, where we just have one person in an office at the Ministry of Environment just having this sustainable development criteria developed by someone in an office and just saying, you meet that, I give you the letter of approval. That's all under the CDM. All will change because each decision will have some implication in the ability of the country to meet its NDC. And also, as said by Usman, you need to support all of them, and all need to be transparent. That is very important, the transparency. And the main way to ensure that transparency is about the governance of this market mechanism within the country, having a committee or someone involving the different actors, representative of the private sector, representative of NGOs, all of them being in a situation to know clearly what's going on and having the same ambition to support the country to meet its NDC and benefit from the opportunity that can derive from the Article 6. Thank you, Usman, for raising that issue. Now I'll go back to Juan, just to raise that what we discussed about this 6.4 mechanism and the different usage that can be done. And after that, very quickly, in 1 minute, I'll give the floor to all of you to have the last word. Juan Carlos, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Pedro.
No te preocupes, está bien, está bien.
Don't worry, I understand. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to go further in detail about my participation and my opinion regarding the adjustments. I believe that Article 6.4 must be subject to. Well, I think you nailed on a specific subject regarding if a unit is going to be traded internationally under Article 6.4 and will be used for the compliance of the NDCs of the country that will issue that certificate. I think there has to be a corresponding responsibility. If not, double accounting is a risk. Now, if this portion of reduction is used for their own NDC, I don't think that we need to make an adjustment. However, I do believe that it's important to have a traceability mechanism or a report system for the benefits of the party. Now, when a company, for example, issues a certificate for purposes of reducing their carbon footprint, or for example, if they're announced a carbon neutral program and they've included that, I don't think we need to have this adjustment. However, I think it can make it more complex. And I would like to know what you, Mr. Mibaye, thinks about this and the panel. What happens if the company transfer these certificates to another company from another country, and that country is under a system that is being regulated? Then, in that situation, I think this is becoming more complex. It's not more complex to the party that transfers that reduction. However, there must be traceability, and at one given moment, there must be a cancellation of that unit if it's not used for those purposes. So I don't think that this topic is so clear regarding specifically about the limits where an adjustment is applicable or not. And I believe that what's most important is to have a system, a traceability system, a system that is, meaning we need to be capable of designing a system of this nature. But I do agree with you, there have to be nuances of when we apply these corresponding adjustments and when not. And I think that this is a bit of a complex topic. Perhaps I'm taking this opportunity to highlight the following. This point is regarding one of the questions you made about what are the improvements in relation to the CDM. And I think that in this tense topic, I think it is challenging to seeing how technical these conversations can be. You are an expert in these topics, and I don't know if the rules will be so efficient as they will be in comparison to the CDM. I think we have to see how we can have perhaps a fast-track process in relation to the delaying times of the approval of the CDM. However, I do think that it is quite an improvement in relation to the CDM, and I think that is the role of the hosting country. We have emissions reductions like we haven't seen before, and what is nowadays in the negotiation texts is very well directed or very well guided, and I think it's much more about presenting an objection letter to a CDM project as we had seen in the past, and how it still happens at some given point.
It's a complex issue, but we need to move forward. We need to continue the discussion to ensure the environmental integrity and ensure that the system we put on place guarantee that environmental integrity, avoid double counting, and is enough robust in its governance to get the confidence of all the stakeholders. Thank you for raising those issues, but we need to put on place some safeguards, very important, some within the mechanism. This claiming system we didn't got in the CDM, and all of that, we need to get them in this new mechanism. It will be tough because some will refrain to have some changes, but we need to consider that we are in another world, and we need to change it. And lastly, I give the floor to Angelo. We have talked a lot about the 6.4 as well as the the independent standards. And as you see, when it comes to this corresponding adjustment, when it comes to this environmental integrity and all of that, the independent standard will be considered as the CDM, as the 6.4 mechanism units when it comes to the international transfer of mitigation outcomes. So you also need to align yourself with the Article 6. What are your last words around this session? Angelo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope that you are able to listen to me and that there are no technical problems. So the first thing I want to mention is that we at Vera, we have at our webpage a manifestation of our position of how we can approach when there isn't yet a guideline of rules for Article 6, and how transactions that may need corresponding adjustment and which may not. So whomever wants this link, I can send it to you. This is something, and I mentioned this link because I can just summarize that the text that is presented in our webpage. However, what I want to say, and it is very much aligned to what Juan Pedro's opinion was, is that we propose that whatever is going to be made in the context of approaches that are clearly defined or mechanisms that are clearly defined between the hosting and receptor country, and also that the units are only accounting in just one NDC. I think this is applicable to a corresponding adjustment because evidently that doesn't interpret or cannot be interpreted as a double accounting. It either is discounted from the hosting country or from the receptor country. And this has very much to do as well with all these different corporate private commitments in place and effectively carbon neutrality that wants to be achieved from private corporate commitments may or may not require a corresponding adjustment without the government of the country where that company is located requires it, or if the company decides to manage it in that manner. However, the complexity that was explained before in the traceability of these different transactions transactions is done through something that is relatively common to the standards and private market mechanisms, which are the record or registry systems. These systems must have several principles, which are principles widely used in the language of decision-making of conversion and therefore of the Paris Accord, meaning that this is transparent, public, traceable. And therefore, if a unit requires that corresponding adjustment, it must have that extra label so that any party can identify it. And if it does have that corresponding adjustment or not, which must be very well identified in a public manner, and for example, a corporate buyer buys this unit and later sells it, this traceability must always reach the end. Or be it that carbon credit must be cancelled at a given point where the buyer basically withdraws it and that unit cannot be resold. For different considerations, for example, the risk of losing traceability and once again have a setback or problem of double accounting. Now, the session after this panel is about CORSIA, and several standards, voluntary standards, have been accepted in the environment of CORSIA. And for the topic of traceability, this is a topic that has been requested to voluntary markets from CORSIA, which can be understood as Article 6. This is a private agreement. It requests that the verified carbon unit, which is the name that we give carbon credits, must have a public complement in the national system of records, which basically makes it so that it is eligible for CORSIA, and that obviously traceability is also available in that national public record system. And what we've talked about with several representatives from the government who are working with local registration systems and governmental ones, so that they can interoperate and that they can integrate to the voluntary standards records or registration systems like we do, and in the near future to the global record systems that some organizations such as the World Bank are leading, and even compensation or offsets. And this is also with blockchain technology and information technology languages. This is absolutely feasible, and therefore there is a mechanism, a security mechanism that can ensure that whenever a unit requires a corresponding adjustment, all the parties can know it at all times, and whenever it's not required, this information is also public, and that in somehow or other, in a way or another, there is a need for additional requirement, meaning the type of claims or the type of propaganda that you carry out or present, because a unit is always a unit, as I presented in my previous intervention. However, we're also seeing that whatever is said in terms of have you reached carbon neutrality or have you reached certain other objective is actually going beyond a carbon credit. And that's exactly where we also require certain regulation or direction, so that correct things are mentioned regarding these topics and organize things for us to avoid that complex language for the type of people that are not part of the sector, that are not part of these summits, which are basically the people who suffer the most from the effects of climate change.
Thank you very well. And as I said, and you said it, and many colleagues said it, we will need transparency. So that means at a country level, we will need registry, we will need to track projects, track units against our NDC, and to report back on that. But we also need, at the international level, to have the transparency that is needed. Everyone, public, someone coming from anywhere, can be able to track and see publicly what happened to this project, where are the units from this project, to avoid double usage, double claim, double counting, and all of that. And for that, we need to have registries within countries, having the registry within the different standards, including the 6.4, but at some time having an aggregation of all of that. What is under the Article 6.2, having decentralized accounting and reporting platform to try to integrate many of them, to allow the tracking of all units, avoid going in one standard and falling in another one. Many things can happen. So we need to ensure all of that. It's why the negotiations are very difficult, because we clearly know that if we don't build in Glasgow very strong rules and we accommodate ourselves with some decisions that don't meet the requirements that are needed, it will be very difficult to change things. We have seen that under the CDM. During more than 15 years, we are trying to do the revision of the modality and procedures of the CDM. We had very good proposals, but at the end of the day, nothing was done. So if we don't build a very stringent system, it will be very difficult to make the changes that are needed. So lastly, I give the floor to all of you, Karina, followed by Alex and Usman, before concluding this session. Karina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Definitivamente.
Well, thank you. Absolutely. The principles and everything that we've talked about entailing Article 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8 have these topics about transparency, cross-cutting, and strengthening of the different information systems. We don't talk a lot about Article 6.8. However, it is very important for our country. So I want to highlight the incentives topic, because the payment for performance is an incentive as a result of deforestation, and this applies perfectly in our countries, as well as other mechanisms that can be well created that must follow these different principles. And actually having these adjustment mechanisms in a clear and transparent way can help us position ourselves better in relation to other different scenarios. Now, one thing that is important about what is forthcoming is the adjustments, the corresponding adjustments of carbon offsets, which is basically safeguarding, and nowadays the European Union and the United States are setting as priorities. On this, we also need a position, a clear position, and therefore it is very important to maintain these initiatives in relation to carbon footprint. That would be my point. Thank you.
Karina,
Yo me voy a quedar de este panel con
I want to take away a message from this panel, or at least something that is very important from what Miabe said. I think it is very important because we're protecting national assets. Now, from my role as a public official and as an employee of the Ministry of Environment, we have a new asset, which are precisely these mitigation results. And what we are seeing is that we are very far behind in terms of regulation, in relation to how this must be managed, how this can be tradable. How can we allow the different rules of the market to be enabled without this being detrimental to that national asset? So I think that there are several elements that are quite important. And you, Mbaye, have also mentioned these. How can we create all these different capacity building at a governmental level and at a local level? How does this regulation that we must carry out at a local level must be very well aligned? And this is a great challenge to what is being negotiated. Well, because we want to create local regulation, but we always have this topic on the table. How are these regulations going to be set at a national level? So we have great challenges, and we must learn from other types of markets and from other types of systems from which we can adopt certain elements, for example, from financial markets, from the royalties market, mining-related markets. We can perhaps adopt certain elements that can serve us in the creation of local regulation, always with a clear objective of what is happening in negotiation, this is a very complex topic of how to carry out this negotiation. Meanwhile, these national regulation topics are being carried out.
Alex, Usman.
Thank you, Mbaye. It was very interesting to participate to this panel. But my main takeaway, and I think it is the case for most of the participants, is we are now heading to a very complex system with the Article 6. And this complexity needs to be addressed. And for me, I think we should stress on capacity building. I think it's on the table of the negotiations, but we need to stress this issue that more resources should be allocated to mainly developing countries, and also some technologies can be made available. I'm thinking about technology that can be used for MRV, like blockchain and all these issues. So we need to have all this assistance to make our life easier when it comes to operationalize Article 6 in developing countries. Otherwise, we will face the same situation that it was in the CDM. And last but not least, I think during this negotiation, we should also do our best as negotiators to make our local circumstances as LDCs and developing countries to be taken into consideration when it comes to define procedures for the implementation. We need stringent rules, but we need also applicable rules in our developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Usman. And I really thank you, but we can give the floor if one or two people wanted to have some words. Just raise your hand if you want. If not, I want to thank you for attending this session. Thank you again, and thank you to the panelists.
Thank you very much, Mbaye, for this magnificent panel. Estoy seguro que
I am sure that we learned a great deal from our panelists this afternoon, from their relevant, pertinent remarks, Mbaye, and I think we also have reflections to take home when it comes to coming developments from our perspective here in Colombia. It's extremely interesting to see that part of the ministry's team, for example, Dr. Saer, can get valuable inputs from these panels. And you've just said very frankly that these are also important guiding points for the negotiating team and also interesting guidelines for what will, without a doubt, be, well, we are looking towards uncertain results, but of course, in Glasgow, the main idea is to find a positive result for humanity and that we come up with fair formulas, as has been the case during this whole summit. I would now like to introduce our last panel of the day, Corsia and Sectoral Market Perspectives. Our moderator will be Susana Vélez, co-chair of the Latin American Working Group at IETA. And we will have our last coffee break of the day after this panel. Thank you, Forestales de Primavera, for sponsoring the coffee break. Susana, the floor is yours for our last panel of the day. A very good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much to everybody who is here in attendance today. We are going to start a little early because we know that today Colombia is playing a soccer game. In fact, we've already lost some of our attendees. I saw others wearing the Colombia team's shirt. So let's take advantage of those who are still here. We will talk about a fascinating market which is growing, a nascent market. We have fantastic panelists. Today we are joined by Maria Estrada from Latin America. It was a true odyssey for her to arrive here. We are very grateful to you for attending. We have Pedro de la Fuente. We have Guillermo. I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. I do not speak any Portuguese whatsoever. Guillermo Goulart from IATA. And we're also waiting to connect with Tryphon Sentides. He's in Switzerland. It's almost midnight, so we are not entirely sure if he will manage to join us or not. He is a member of IVCER, which is a maritime logistics agency. Despite the fact this is not directly related to COSIA, there are some important advances that we would like to hear about. So, everybody, each panelist will give a short introduction so that we are all on the same page as to what COSIA is. And we'll also look at plans for this market, and we will then have a conversation, a dynamic conversation. This is the last session of the day. So I'm sure everybody is quite tired. We'll try to keep things moving. Over the last 2 days, we've seen how carbon markets have evolved, how these have changed. Several of us have been in this sector for a long time, others a shorter time, but you know, after 10 years, you stop counting, but we can see the evolution of carbon markets, and we see how there is an increasing effort made to face the climate crisis. There's not one sole answer. There is not one sole solution. There are many mechanisms, many instruments, and the idea is to continue to improve and evolve even more so that we can have some processes and markets that ensure that what we are doing is truly effective and will create a real impact with what we are doing. COSIA is a mechanism, and Pedro will go into much more detail here, but it's where we start to see not only how compliance markets work, but also voluntary markets. We have seen Colombia, which is a great example of what's being done, but today we are going to see how we all come together and work together, how we learn from one another so that we can really reach this environmental integrity that we need so desperately. Let me hand over to you, Pedro. You have a microphone, or you can come up here to the podium, whatever you prefer. Thank you very much, Susana. It is a pleasure to be here. I represent IAT, the International Aviation Association. We are a global organization. We mainly I am here mainly in representation of Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a great pleasure to be here and to talk about our emission offsetting scheme. And this is the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation, COSIA, as per the acronym in English. How can I advance with my slides? I apologize for having some technical issues. Perhaps I can tell you next and you go to the next slide. Thank you very much. I think we're going to miss the first 5 minutes of this soccer match. Okay, well, as we sort that out, let's keep talking. COSIA was created in 2016 after more than 4 years of discussion amongst member states, and now 107 states of the 193 that are part of the base have signed on with their voluntary participation. We have 17 states that are represented or are representatives of Latin America and the Caribbean. Basically, this is an offset mechanism. It has 3 main stages. The first 2 stages will have starting this year, 2021, and go through to 2026. These are stages when only volunteer countries, which is to say those that are currently part of the schema, will offset their emissions for flights between member states. From 2027 to 2035, CORSIA will move to the mandatory part of the scheme, where not only will international flights between volunteer states will enter into the formula, but also other countries that are responsible for the majority of emissions. What happens here, or how CORSIA works and how it's been established, is that BASI declared, formed part of Annex 16 in the Chicago Convention, where we have the fundamental rules to be complied with by each country, and must report emissions and look at how these can be counted in the future by different states. The processes, the compliance projects are 3 years long. The first is from 2020-23, then 2024 to 2026, and then 2027 to 2029, and then we'll see changes all the way up to 2035. What happened with the COVID-19 crisis was that it's something that had an impact on the baseline that had been taken from 2019 to 2020. It is a real shame that my presentation isn't working so you could actually see this, but in any case, I will continue. Aviation, as you all know, came to an almost complete halt, and this was during the pandemic, and so 200,000 tons of CO2 were eliminated there, and the baseline was significantly affected. So as a sector, we had to ask BASI to make some changes to the established baseline. So we didn't count emissions from 2020 in establishing the baseline. And so the offsetting criteria would have increased, or $1 billion in terms of offsets. So how is offsetting carried out within the CORSIA schema, which I think is very interesting when we're talking about carbon markets? We have some very basic rules that are established through BASI in a document that is called Emissions Unit Criteria, and I will get a little bit Spanglish in my presentation. But within the emissions unit criteria, we have 8 fundamental elements looking at how emissions should be counted, looking at carbon markets. We all, I think, understand what additionality is. These have to be additional and must be based on a realistic baseline and must be quantifiable. And these must be quantifiable, monitored, reportable, and verified. Additionally, there is a transparency or chain of custody, which is very clear, in which we have a specific definition to avoid any double counting of these emissions. We also want these to represent permanent emissions reductions. And we want to see mitigation through mitigating projects in other states. And lastly, they should not create any damage. The fundamental scheme functions in the following way. All of the airlines that are subject to CORSIA, which is to say all international flights included in CORSIA, will have to fulfill or comply with these fundamental elements. Why is CORSIA important for carbon markets? And I think that that's the conversation that interests us today. Basically, it sends a very positive signal to the market, which means that as airlines, we are creating demand. And we are creating a robust system when it comes to emissions criteria, looking at the fundamental characteristics and criteria to be fulfilled when it comes to emissions projects. Additionally, we have new records in transparency and projects that really do have an environmental benefit. There are currently only 8 up-to-date records in CORSIA. Others are underway, and it is not only airlines that are responsible for verifying this. At IATA, because we are looking at our airlines, we are focusing on technological development and exchange platforms that will facilitate airlines' actions. You'll hear from LATAM later on, I think. Oh, great. Now I think it's working. Excellent. What I've been talking about are the challenges that we face as a sector and as an industry in general. How can we access carbon markets? Airlines, of course, do not have a specific experience in carbon market trading, and in many cases they don't know who they have to speak to, what records or registers they need to participate in. Many of them participate in CORSIA but do not know how to verify if the project they're investing in is actually an eligible program or not. There's no price transparency in terms of much of the access in these markets, and we don't know the risks. We have numerous market providers that airlines are not necessarily familiar with. There's a lot of complexity in transactions, and we don't have price transparency. What do I mean there? There are some enormous fluctuations between projects. We have a lot of differentiation between different registers and how accounting is carried out. There are also investment risks. There's no protection for investments that you might make as an airline, and as a sector, we do not have the necessary direct market intelligence. So we have created what is called ACE, which is the Aviation Carbon Exchange, and this is an exchange platform for carbon footprints where we engage with our strategic partners, for example, CBL Markets. And through CBL Markets, we've integrated CBL's platform within IATA's systems, where we automatically include our member airlines. And in fact, not only airlines, but other aviation sector members, for example, aeronautic centers, aviation centers, airports, and they automatically have access to digital contracts and can see price fluctuations between different projects. They can also see a description of the projects that they are directly investing in and connect directly with the airline, looking at project development, removing third parties and market speculation. We use IATA's accounting systems, which is to say our billing systems, so that funds are directly managed through our accounting systems and avoid the financial risk that our airlines may have to take on. Another important point, and I'm almost coming to the end of my presentation so the other panelists can speak. As you heard in the prior panel, we were talking about Article 6. And for us as a sector, we have to focus on this. We don't have clarity as to which projects would be eligible or that might be included in the market once all of the countries have entered to contribute to the NDCs, or the specific cost of complying with CORSIA. CORSIA compliance cost is unstable. We don't know how the market is going to behave once all of the financing mechanisms have been established. And also integrity of CORSIA is at risk because we have to ensure that we can avoid the risk of double counting of emissions. Specifically, the items which we will be interested in looking at COP26 and which we are looking at the following in Article 6.2 and 6.4. Firstly, if ITMOs can be used outside NDC sectors, and in that case, which ITMOs credits will be CORSIA eligible. And in 6.4, we have a specific a conversation about whether or not CDMs can be transferred to SDMs and under what specific conditions in the market. And so all of these discussions and policies will determine the market access that we will have in Corsia. And finally, and you may have already heard about this, we have come from the IATA General Assembly on Monday, where we committed to coming to 2050, not only with halved emissions of what we had in 2005, but also be a little more aggressive and actually get to zero emissions by 2050.
Of course, the greater challenge we have is that for year 2025, the industry will be able to transport around 10 billion passengers. And well, this is around 1.8 of gigatons of CO2 that we would need to offset. Of course, as an industry, what we seek is a plan so that not only we are 100% dependent on carbon markets, but instead that we invest in technology that allows the reduction within our sector. Mainly, this technology will come from the development of sustainable fuel for aviation, such as through different tools such as carbon sequestering, as well as where we can obtain sustainable aviation fuel as other infrastructures. However, 19% of this significant amount of emissions that we would need to offset to year 2025 would have to come directly from offsetting or from the development of carbon capturing technology. And now with this, I'd like to conclude my session. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pedro, and I think this gives us a wide scenario. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you on this announcement. I think this is a very good premise, and I think this will provide more dynamics to the market because this is a signal, a clear signal of where we're headed to. Miss.
It's super late for you, but we are thrilled to have you here, and I will give you the floor in a couple of minutes. Maria,
what I'd like to do or ask you is that you from LATAM, how have you considered this scheme? What is your greatest challenge and how are you facing it right now? Well, thank you very much, Susana. I think that it's important to consider that from the industry, since several years ago, we've established several commitments that included the measurements of the market, and we had an important role of what these market measurements would be. Now, within this, we have efficiency, technology, and infrastructure-related topics, and I think states must deeply reflect on efficiency specifically, as well as the different market measurements that are translated into Corsia that at the end of the day are summarized as or interpreted as a tool per se. The industry is not considering that this is a mechanism for them to manage or to work on their management of climate change. Therefore, the industry, and in our case in LATAM, we've basically established a clear work plan on where are the levers and where we would have to put more effort. Also, the pandemic accelerated certain processes in a significant way, and Corsia has had a very specific role, and it became also much more focused or strict. And in the pandemic, in the relation to LATAM, it made us accelerate many of our commitments. For example, this year, at the beginning of the year, we defined as a commitment to be carbon neutral up to year 2015, not only the branch in Colombia, but absolutely the whole corporate group. So in some way or another, Corsia has pushed us to understand markets, to develop capabilities. And Colombia is a very specific market because we have a bit of a more developed market than in other countries. The carbon tax has also established more information to when, where, and how to do this. And Corsia has also pushed us to understand what we need to have clarity on, to understand what are the capabilities we must develop, what we must understand to enter the market and how we should prepare ourselves specifically to face our greatest challenges. And I think that in that path, there is also an important point. The international scheme has obliged the sector in a general way to think about themselves in a more domestic way. In many markets, we separate markets, a national and an international one. However, in airlines, the dynamic is different. So what we were pushed to do from Corsia is to deeply reflect on what we needed to do with our domestic markets. And many of the airlines all around the globe, and in the case of LATAM, defined a clearer path in their domestic market, which is very much relevant in how the airline market has transformed in the pandemic. Because the greatest recovery of the airline market, at least in this region of the world, in LATAM, is actually through the domestic market, not the international market yet. It is still a contract or a restricted market. There are still a lot of restrictions in place, and that actually poses many questions for the international market. And at a given point, perhaps these seem like two unrelated, separate things, but the capabilities that we've been developing on one side or one market, we can integrate it into the other, and that basically also pushes other countries to take important strides. And as I said, Colombia is a very atypical case in the case of LATAM because we had, for example, certain progresses in terms of the carbon tax. However, it also becomes a lever to move the rest of the corporate group towards that direction. Thank you very much. It's very important to understand the specific cases from the private sector and how from the private sector you're facing these challenges and how you're considering them. I'd like to ask how or what is your perception of the countries of the region and the Caribbean? Where are the strengths? Where are the weaknesses? And towards what direction do you think we can push the efforts in our region? Thank you. Well, this is a challenge, an important challenge that exists in the region. And as Pedro mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, it's not several countries that have volunteered up until now to be part of Corsia in both phases, phase 1 and phase 2, which are absolutely mandatory. And even so, when we analyze as of year 2027, the countries that will be or that will integrate the mandatory component, due to the volume of flights that these countries represent, we won't have such a great contribution. Basically, the only country that would enter the mandatory phase as of 2027 is Brazil. And exactly because of this reason, due to the fact that many countries from the region, due to their volume in the market and the participation in the market, are all around the world, depending on what they represent for the global market, and as these are minimal representations compared to central or larger airline markets, what I mentioned here, or what my colleague just mentioned, is very important. This, for a region, is gaining certain importance, and I agree absolutely with Maria Lara. The example that we have in Colombia is very interesting, taking into account what has happened with the carbon tax, and that has allowed us to see, in the case of Colombia specifically, that airlines, or as exposed by Pedro, as airlines aren't deeply aware about these topics, they haven't been part of these conversations in some time now. I'd like to give very illustrative figures about what has happened here in Colombia. In the first year that the carbon tax came in place in the country, there was a measure that allowed, for example, international bonuses, and these were used to offset domestic flights. And the airlines that had a bit more experience with those international bonuses achieved to offset over 99% of their emissions on domestic flights in that specific year. After this event and in the following years, when it wasn't possible to use international bonuses due to asymmetries of information, perhaps a lack of knowledge, even a lack of offering the bonuses that existed here in Colombia so that airlines could access to these tools, the percentage of compensations or offsets that the airlines were carrying out has been reduced in a drastic manner. In the first year after those international bonuses, we had a percentage of around 20%, then around 12%, then the pandemic came, and the figures are quite insignificant now. And I think this overall is an invitation and a call to understand that airlines are very interested in participating, in training themselves, in understanding and developing projects jointly with bonuses vendors, and that allows us, as Pedro well mentioned, to inform ourselves better and create attractive markets for bonuses developers, and that can also allow airlines to comply with their environmental strategies. Thank you very much, Guillem. It is very important for the region to understand or to learn from these processes, and to understand these regional carbon taxes and commitments such as the Cali Pact can be very important.
I know you're not from the Corsia agreement, and you're from a different sector, but with similar challenges. And we would like to know, in the face of these new carbon markets, in the face of these new challenges for climate crisis, how are you investing in carbon markets? What are you thinking, or how are you feeling from your sector about this type of mechanisms?
Hi there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I mean, the maritime sector is, I would say, quite different from the aviation sector, and actually this whole carbon market story for the maritime sector is relatively new. I would say the maritime sector is really trying to get to grips with it at the moment. Since the Paris Agreement and this EU Green Deal, we're seeing a very distinct increase in the environmental consciousness. And this is really pushing, let's say, shipping participants to be very, let's say, mindful of their sort of carbon footprint. The shipping sector, from what I can see on the Corsia, is, let's say, it's fundamentally different, in my opinion, compared to the aviation sector. In the sense that how should I say, the aviation, this Corsia is really there to sort of create this sort of carbon neutral growth, I think, from the 2020 by offsetting in other sectors. Whereas, let's say, the maritime sector, there's a great push to really reduce our emissions in real terms, and this is something, I think, which has been set out in this the IMO initial strategy for greenhouse gas reduction, emissions reductions. And let's say, the Corsia, under the Corsia scheme, from what I can see and understand, and I'm trying to sort of compare it with the maritime, is there, if you like, the scheme is really stipulated sort of on a route basis, between the participating countries. They're covered regardless of who's issuing this air operator certificate. And that's what's creating, I think, that strong correlation between these AOC countries and the routes operated between the airlines of those countries. Whereas on let's say, on the maritime sector, the very nature, the international nature of the shipping, it's more complex to attribute the sector's emissions, I would say, to any specific country. A ship can be registered in one flag state, it can have crew from a different country, can be owned by an entity in another country of domicile, and it's actually chartered by another entity on another country. So I would say this structure of shipping is very multifaceted, and it's complex, and it makes it hard to, let's say, attribute ships or their trading operators to any routes sailed by any one country or flag state. So I think for the shipping sector, I see it, we're heading, let's say, towards a global carbon levy. I think this is what people are pushing for. People are pushing for, say, market-based measures on a global level. This whole story, if you like, is being spurred along now with the European Commission, where they basically turned around and said the maritime is going to be included in the EU ETS from 2023 onwards. And these are proposals they're putting forward, and I think they're doing this because they feel that the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, which is the special UN agency for shipping, they feel they're not acting fast enough. So for shipping to really decarbonize, I think we're going to have to see some sort of market-based measure at a global level, which will really create that level playing field that's going to push the technology to really be able to make the real decarbonization happen and accelerate this process if we're going to, let's say, be in line with the targets of the IMO, which is basically to cut the emissions from the sector by 50% by 2050 compared to the levels back in 2008, and then ultimately make it zero greenhouse gas emissions by the end of the century.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tryphon. Sin lugar a dudas, el tema de...
Without a doubt, this topic about distribution in the maritime sector is certainly much more complex, as you just mentioned. Where is, for example, the vessel registered, where the crew is from, and so many other nuances. And what this leads to is that there isn't just a migration of, for example, if offsets are not being charged here, I can just move, for example, my registry, my industry to another location where offsets are not being charged. Well, because the reality is that we need to act now and in many, many ways. We've also talked about transparency, about traceability of carbon credits, of offsets, of the stringent characteristic of the market. And we've also started to see, Pedro, specific interests in other co-benefits or in other specific topics related to these offsets. You've started to discuss this topic, and if so, where are you focusing it on, aside from transparency and traceability? Yes, well, as an industry, we have two different vectors, or we can perhaps perceive this topic from two different standpoints. We have the CORSIA as an international mechanisms for the mitigation of international credits. And we also have the different international commitments of the ODCs. And we also have voluntary commitments from our airlines, meaning a number of airlines, as was well mentioned by Maria Lara previously, have set robust plans to achieve carbon neutrality to year 2050. Others have started for the year 2020, others for year 2030, others for year 2045. Now, the difference would be in traceability or in transparency, and this is shifting, so to say. When we're talking about voluntary markets, well, I think that airlines seek which of these projects comply with the SDGs from the UN, to be able to also be, so that these are also reported within the ESG reports as they do as an organization. So we must also take into account compliance markets, such as everything related to CORSIA, and also voluntary markets, which are the programs that the airlines have themselves, so that passengers can also invest in these type of projects. Majorly, what we've sought are for social projects, those national projects that can promote, for example, social equality, gender equity, following those 16 SDGs from the UN, where we as an aviation sector have carried out a study, and obviously we contribute to 16 of the 17 SDGs because we don't have influence of life underwater. So I would say specifically this to reply to your question. All right, thank you. I think this is a discussion that we're just starting to have, but that we certainly need to strengthen much more, because when we think about a ton of CO2 that is equivalent to this ton of CO2, there is much more to talk about and consider. So, Maria, along the same lines, what do you seek as an airline when you invest in a project, aside from transparency of the project and the trust? What would be that plus that you seek as a private sector member in these type of projects? Well, in the case of LATAM, decarbonization passes through 3 different moments. Firstly, short-term measures, reduction of consumption, and other are more long-term objectives. Others are to develop, for example, sustainable fossil fuel consumption. And this is not just a matter to be considered in the future. This is actually a real step that we will take and that we will take soon because there's enough capability already developed. And as I said in my previous response, we also have everything related to offsetting. And regarding offsetting specifically, what we're thinking about in LATAM is that we are much more focused on the front of solutions or nature-based solutions, and conservation has acquired a greater role within LATAM because what we've seen is that we've started to align ourselves much better with what is being established by states as priorities. So when we're aligned, impacts are also different. How they are assumed and how resources are allocated is also different, and this also reduces the uncertainty that an investment of this type may have. So what is most important to us is also, for example, environmental, social co-benefits. And this case of Colombia is very interesting because the project in which we're investing significantly this year, there is a community component that is very relevant. And for this purpose, and we consider this purpose to be very valuable, not only because of what this represents to the integrity of the project, but also because the conservancy activities are at hands of the community, and this guarantees certain trust qualities that can ensure the future of the project, but is also very much aligned with what LATAM is thinking about in terms of sustainability. What we're saying in these terms is that the crises that we are living in Latin America, be it social ones, climate-related ones, economic ones, any crises is absolutely associated to the fact that private companies must be an important social actor and an asset to society. So having this approach around social environmental co-benefits, we're linking this and how we're globally thinking about this as a company in terms of sustainability. And additional to this, we're seeking a very important component, and we're migrating also in a significant manner to leave aside intermediation and actually seek projects where we can have an active role, meaning where we can intervene directly in the project. And how can we intervene? Well, not only being a financial capacity for projects, but also seeking how a company can leverage the project. I will give you an example. LATAM is a global company,
the largest in Latin America, and it also has subsidiaries in different markets. So participating in a project, for example, in Colombia, means developing capacity so that we can have access to these global markets. LATAM is developing a passenger-based program, which is a 1+1 program, and there are great opportunities for local projects which might have a global scope. Additionally, we are developing capacities to have scalability. With a company of the size of LATAM, we are going to have our own platform for projects. So what we are trying to do is to move from the transactional level, which is where we were 6 years ago when we started offsetting, and this will also enable us to develop capacities. Because of the high levels of uncertainty that we had in the past, we want to, of course, decrease that. Thank you very much. I think for many people who are here and are involved in the development of projects and in seeking opportunities, this is a very important signal in terms of where we should start to think, or how we should start to think as markets. Guilherme. Going back to the case of Brazil, which is such an important country, I think that the largest in the region, if I'm not mistaken. How are you dealing with supply and demand and also co-beneficiaries? That's a very good question. Brazil's case is very unique due to different verticals. If we look at Brazil, we have evidence and initiatives that have occurred in Brazil. And in some cases, these are success cases that could not have been carried out elsewhere. For example, in aviation, in Brazil, we have a development to seek sustainable jet fuel. This is still a very nascent project compared to other foreign countries in more developed areas, but compared to what else, the other things we have in the region, I think what we have managed to develop in sustainable jet fuels in Brazil is truly impressive. And it's not only about aviation. We can also look at sustainable fuel for cars. Brazil has invested in this kind of energy over the last 40 or 50 years even. And that's something that was absolutely unheard of, especially if we compare our progress to that of other countries. So if we look at the supply that Brazil has obtained because of this, let's say, point of difference, we have a historical track record and also just the nature of the country. These have enabled Brazil to take a step forward in developing these kinds of initiatives. And for this reason, and I think here it's very important to be clear on this point, it's important for us to have these kinds of spaces so that we can share success cases and experiences amongst different stakeholders and actors and different geographies, sharing our best practices and sharing these kinds of experiences that have worked so well in some places. For example, jet fuels, once again, is an incipient project and a very small volume, which of course is not sufficient to supply the aviation market in the country, but this could be important so that we can plant a seed, so that we can start to have more consolidated projects in, for example, Colombia. We know that in Colombia there's immense potential to develop sustainable fuels here. And to date, for example, a lack of incentives, tax incentives, governmental incentives, or a lack of regulatory frameworks, there are some cases where this has not been carried out. So we need to have our own success case in the region and have it be comparable to other projects in the world, and then we can start to bring in best practices and carry out similar projects in other regions where we haven't yet seen this kind of advances made. Thank you very much.
Aside all the barriers and the bottlenecks that maritime logistics has right now, what would you expect from the carbon market? I mean, where are you expecting the offer of offsets coming from? And how do you expect to compete with other sectors like aviation?
Very good point. I mean, again, I think, for the maritime sector, the notion of offsetting is relatively new. I think for many shipping participants, the idea of offsetting is a very abstract thing for them. They feel that the idea of investing in a project which is not directly related to shipping is perhaps not the best way that shipping will actually achieve its decarbonization ambitions. I agree with you. I think going forward, there's going to be a lot of the demand for offset projects is going to be rising significantly, I think, in the coming years. You only have to see basically, all the net zero pledges we're hearing now. They're basically soaring from governments and private sector as well. And I think for the maritime sector, we're very preoccupied how we can really reduce our emissions in real terms. I think that the technology is actually there for the shipping. It's just a question of a financial incentive to make it happen. In the sense that we are really looking at alternative fuels. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion recently about the use of LNG for the ships. Yet this has been having a lot of debate because of the methane slippage. So if we're looking at LNG as a fuel source on a well to wake basis, People are saying that the slippage there on the methane is actually more harmful than the CO2 emission from the normal fossil fuels. So, yeah, I think that the issue for the shipping is we're looking for ways to decarbonize, to really reduce our emissions in real terms, and there are a lot that I would say there's a gathering interest between the shipping industry to look at how they can take action from today, how they can use carbon offset projects to sort of, let's say, mitigate their carbon footprint. I think people are feeling it's better than doing nothing whilst we're on this journey towards this zero carbon shipping, I would say. And I think, yes, I agree with you. I think the demand for these offset projects is going to grow, and there's going to be slowly a realization in our sector that, if we really want to sort of, let's say, look at this way of offsetting our emissions, people probably have to start investing in projects sooner than later. And we're certainly seeing a pickup of interest. For example, we've just this week, we concluded a first actually on the short sea sector. We made for a client of ours a voyage carbon neutral by investing in a carbon offset project in Madagascar. This was done with our partners, Clear Blue Markets. So, I think there is an uptake there, and I think this is going to grow. The challenge will be, as I said earlier, I think the shipping to really decarbonize I would say the measures will have to be on a global basis, global-led basis, and I think it's really like an organization like the IMO, which could lead this, because that's probably the only organization that really has that leading role, as it were.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. It's a very complex matter, clearly, but it also shows us how markets still have growth potential when it comes to growing demand. And what we have to do is look at how to meet these needs with the best quality options possible. This question is complex, as I've already said, but I think we have some interested government representatives with us today who would like to hear a response to this question. The CORSIA schema, well, how will this affect countries fulfilling their NDCs, or will it affect them positively or negatively when it comes to their NDCs? It is a little complex, yes. However, the CORSIA schema and what's covered in the CORSIA scheme are only international parts. When you talk about international aviation, 72% of emissions that occur as part of operations occur in international airspace, airspace where nobody really has a way to demand offsets. And so if we start to talk about offsets in the aviation sector, there was a determination that BASI, as the ruling UN arm for aviation, would focus on emissions in international spaces, while countries would be able to include national aviation offsets in their national plans. That's why it's so important to look at what's happening internationally, and we need to close this chapter, Time's running out, and countries have failed to arrive at a determination. And this is part of the conversation that is occurring around Article 6, that is going to specifically determine whether or not CORSIA, or the role that CORSIA plays. CORSIA does not play a competitive role, so to speak, against NDCs. And the idea is to avoid having double counting of emissions. There's a very important point to mention here. For us in aviation, it's not only a corporate matter when it comes to offsetting emissions, but there's also social responsibility that we have to our passengers. We are 100% dependent on passengers so that we can move our cargo in planes. And if we don't have passengers, we won't get anywhere. So this is one world that we all need to protect together, and that is why we have this commitment. We are private companies, in some cases state companies, but we must demonstrate our commitment to mitigating emissions. This is a pact that we have, and this is our direct contribution to combating climate change. Thank you very much. We are coming up to the end of our panel. Maria, is there any specific message that you would like to deliver here? We have actors and stakeholders from all different kinds of markets here. What would you like to say from the private sector? Please share some inspiring words to encourage people to support you in this process. I think that it's essential to find competitiveness in supply. So I here refer to quality, to the service, and when it comes to trust building, looking at how the risk must be taken on by both parties, and we have to find schemas where we can advance together, because unbalanced relationships always end up in complications. And I can tell you about that firsthand because I'm from an airline. And I think at airlines we are learning that when we have more balanced, more equal relationships, we have greater benefits for both sides. And this gives us a good boost, and we start to see levers for substantial growth, or how to leverage substantial growth. Okay, Guillermo, just 2 minutes, please. What is the main barrier obstacle that we must overcome in the short term for the CORSIA market to be 100% operational? That's a very good question. I think that here we have asymmetrical information, and as actors, as airlines, we have to be able to understand projects. I think my two colleagues here had different ways of explaining how we have been trying to reach this goal. Maria mentioned the idea that many airlines have been looking at how to sit down with project developers and try to find things that serve a common goal. Pedro also presented on the platform that IATA has developed to reduce that information gap, close that information gap, and simplify decision-making processes when airlines need to make important decisions. So I think there's still a long way to go for us to continue to learn. Pedro defined this very clearly. Our business is transporting passengers and cargo, thanks to these passengers. Let me just tell a short story. I remember that my maritime colleague here on the panel will remember that when we started talking about these issues, he also brought up that at the Maritime Center, we had the ambition of reaching 2050 with 50% lower emissions that we have for a determined baseline. But in the aviation sector, we've been ambitious. And in the short term, we have proposed a reduction of 1.5% by improving our processes, having direct flights, trying to use less fuel. In the midterm, at CORSIA, we have a complementary measure that will enable us to reach the goal that we had. And Pedro also gave you the news that the sectoral ambition is very important. We have also understood that 50% reduction will not be enough. And so we have come to a more ambitious agreement. We want to be absolutely carbon neutral by 2050. So if I have one final message, is that this is a sector that is extremely interested in sharing our experiences and learning from others. And we see this as something strategic at a sectoral level. We want to continue to carry out developments and share experiences with you. Thank you very much.
We would like to know what we could do as carbon market stakeholders to help you jump into this market. What can we make to ease you this transition?
I think how shall I say, I think the question is we need to be able to feel like if we are investing in offset projects, it's really going to make a difference for our industry as well. There's a lot of skepticism in the maritime industry that why should we invest in an offset project which is nothing to do with shipping in a way. There are ways, let's say people are thinking about they talk more about insetting, where they would like to look at projects where they could perhaps even within their own, let's say, actions even generate credits themselves, so they become almost like project developers through, let's say, energy efficiency measures. This is something I think which is going to gain a lot of popularity within the maritime industry and will grow. Again, I believe that perhaps, to have a Corsair type system for maritime, I see that as being quite difficult for reasons I explained earlier, because the complex nature of shipping. I think on the shipping side, we're probably steering more towards like a global carbon levy. I think this is where we're heading on the maritime. But yet, when we're on this journey to get there, I think there is a growing pick up and uptake of, I would say, people really looking at the voluntary offset market to mitigate their carbon footprint. So I think this is the shipping participants will start to look at it more and more, and I think this is where we're going to start seeing some competition, growing and building, and this is going to probably drive, the demand for these projects in the coming years.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. I would like to please ask for a round of applause. So we finished 2 minutes ahead of time, Juan. So thank you to everyone who was here with us today. Congratulations, Susana. That was a really fantastic panel. Excellent messages. Even some groundbreaking messages here at the summit. And so we have now come to the end of our schedule for today for the summit, as we mentioned earlier. And thanks to our sponsor, the coffee break will be served downstairs in the hall. And we hope to see you back here tomorrow for our last day. And of course, we will arrive with a big smile on our face. Let's hope that Colombia does well in the game tonight. To all of our moderators, our participants, our panelists, and of course, all of our attendees, thank you for this fantastic second day at the summit, and have a lovely evening.